sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
Sorry guys, my internet went out.
Demos today using some of the assets that you already know and love in the PU. Although you might see some new stuff later, we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios. So, let's start from a ground perspective. Demo number 1, let's have a look.
I do apologize about that, guys. Come on back in. The internet did go out. Welcome back, Neo. I missed part of the presentation because I had no internet for like 5 minutes. That was like really weird. I missed what they were talking about.
So, how do we make that? Thank you, thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So, in our previous terrain shader, we just
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Depending on climate, and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic.
I mean, all I want to know is if we're going to fall through planet still.
That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing, multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space, they have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks, like grass, the common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see as a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth. And we had pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see.
More stuff that isn't coming for decades. Make me up when Chris Roberts gets arrested. Yeah.
These assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in.
This is more stuff that we're not going to interact with. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with me through the internet crash. That was like really strange. Chris sent a DDS tech my way. I think they didn't have a choice because, I mean, we've seen what the stuff that Unreal's doing with their engine. And so Chris sees that and he's like, oh, I want my engine to do this too. So he makes his guys work on this.
You might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered and can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs...
Who knows? You're probably right, though. It probably will overwrite it.
We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species.
Yeah, I don't really care about this stuff.
On different sides of this valley. And over larger scale,
I mean, can we cut these trees down and make stuff from them? Like, I mean,
exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive.
I think this is just them trying to compete with Unreal. They're just trying to keep pace.
Our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
There's their soapy dishwater seafoam. Is all this stuff going into Squadron 42? It also made a dick lake. I wasn't even paying attention. I was looking at the chat, to be honest. The chat was more interesting than the video.
Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible port.
So now, you guys, you're gonna need a 4090 to run this game.
What we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain at much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
It looks exactly the same. Maybe I'm blind.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue, and now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
I can still see the lines. What are you talking about?
And one more.
Yeah, I can see the lines on the right side still a little bit.
With the terrain data cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is
Yeah, I thought it looks the same too.
all those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU.
So they haven't enabled multi-core threading?
At different levels of
Not yet.
with bigger
It's work in
groups of
progress.
instance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech. In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups debug so you can see. These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
I bet they have an applause button out there.
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space.
Yeah, it's fuck your ground vehicle. You're not gonna be able to drive that shit nowhere.
Now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The only dev I'm gonna boo is Yogi, if he ever comes on the stage.
Wow, thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous. Right, thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click. Yeah, click. Oh, there we go. So, our goal with the content is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
Well, I can't wait for this moisture to stick to the screen of my ship. Okay, now I know for sure they're copying Unreal because Unreal did a demo very similar to this. Are they gonna put swamps on Hurston now? I guess you can see how bad the game is. Yeah. Hey, if you have a 20 series GPU, rest in peace, bro. If you have a 30 series GPU, rest in peace. Did you notice that's not simulating the water correctly? Watch, they're gonna have some stupid alligator creature. They're gonna make some 4-eyed, 6-legged alligator. Let's make an alligator. Just give it 4 eyes and 6 legs and 2 tails.
Vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look.
I have a 7950 X3D, but you're gonna need that new one. You're gonna need that 9800 X3D now.
We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, you can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game.
Just give me a weirdwood tree from Game of Thrones.
It's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress. So another feature we need for make a swamp experience a proper one is water interaction. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp. As you walk through or swim through the water,
it's the same thing that we have now.
Like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way. We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation
Ben, you're gonna need a whole new PC for this.
Water surface, making for some really immersive moments. Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things we're seeing today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
This just feels like an Unreal demo. I know, right? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it looks good. But like, how far away is this stuff? Okay, you just said it's very early in progress, and it's white box. So we may not even see this for a very long time. If we can get you CPUs, we won't be able to buy ships. Yeah. It's like you're gonna have to make a decision: upgrade your PC to play the game, or buy new ships. It's always the hard decision, right? But I don't think the 9800 is going to be that more expensive than the 7950 was. And plus, I can always sell my 7950 after I use it. Yeah, the pre-slice is still lagging a little bit.
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that.
But where are they going to have jungle planets at?
Horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by
Is this going to be, are they going to be redoing Hurston?
defined by the species
That's like the only planet I think they could have jungles.
sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The floor, herb and brush layer we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically
What about not
not
Microtech, but Arcorp?
orchids, or
Fuck,
bromeliads
Arcorp, right?
attached to trunks and canopies of other assets. With this and improved density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our certification, we made EP files like the Epiprenum and the Bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab. Then obviously you need jungles for, lianas for a jungle. And we also made the Grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer. For
All this is very
trees,
basic.
we decided
I mean,
to
if it's like an
implement
alien jungle, shouldn't it be like more vibrant colors?
stages serve as a nice foundation for all height.
Has Chris Roberts not seen Avatar
That's
yet?
pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle. Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity.
Is that going to simulate rain?
Scale, and they're just really cool.
They want to market that broadcast engine, which means they need current feature. This is never coming to SC Squadron 404. Just another tick in on the feature list of the engine. True. I bet other streamers are like, "Oh my god, I'm so excited about this, guys." I need to stop being critical and become a shill. I'm gonna start shilling, guys. We need to stop being negative. We need to stop being bigots.
For a fairly universal redwood forest, they will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods.
Ooh.
In our case, the sword fern.
Look at all the ferns, guys.
Variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one, though, obviously sequoias. And they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size. It keeps going.
I've never seen so many people happy about fucking trees in my life.
Now, one thing our game's foliage is sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to use
I've got Salty Mike on as well, and he's not impressed. Yeah.
Horrible rhyme. All sources from all all forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation.
True,
fit for
true.
our
If I want to be
game scale.
Evo, I got to
For
chill.
now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents.
Bro,
by
I
having species
swear,
invade different biomes.
like
Making
we're
those
probably gonna
new
do more
locations,
reactions to this,
hopefully.
but I'm gonna do some research, and I'm gonna pull up everything that Unreal has already done that they've shown in this video so far. Like,
Now, before I get to this PO stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so I can tell you all about the next one.
are we gonna get an updated art court finally? I mean, it would have been cool if they showed like some Mary Jane out there, you know what I'm saying?
Citizen Khan. All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time for Phase 3 Civilization to give you some stuff to do. So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives.
That's what I'm
the
saying,
structures are
Neo.
built.
It's like,
So it
this
makes
is
sense
just
that whenever you go and
Chris saw
visit
the
these
Unreal Tech
places, you find
demos over
their
the past
lives.
like
And
year and a
what's more
half,
important is that
and
when
he's
we
like,
make
oh, we
these
just need to copy
structures,
everything they do.
and follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps. But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow. We've got our distribution centers,
Boo.
or even
Boo.
some outposts. And these
Boo.
have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it. But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's
Of
no
course there
exploration
isn't.
gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should. So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow. And with any workflow means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find
They've had
the
a
same
full water
location
feature for at
twice.
least 5 or 6 years
This also
now
means that
with waves
this
and
is
tides.
Your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. As for that density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed and you go from location to location. Just keep going. So going forward, we are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. We're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the missions...
My takeaway from this presentation is we're starting over to buy some more time so we can sell you more ships, pretty much.
So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function.
we've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro, unlawful, such as Xenofred, and sometimes not
The
even
only
known
places that are
as
unique are the 3
places,
major
but,
cities. That's true.
you know, derelict. In different places, you'll find different people.
Well, 4 if you count Horizon as a city.
So, now that we've made our toolkit and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you STAR-LLVH.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my
What
fucking
STAR-LLVH
god,
allows us
bro.
to do is directly on a planetary scale scatter all these new libraries and models and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into STAR-LLVH and see what it gives us. As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse.
Yeah, sure.
We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton.
Like, bro, you can't put a landing pad at these fucking bunkers. You're just supposed to land in the grass somewhere. Put a landing pad. Jesus fucking Christ. You know what I mean? Like, you're making these new bunkers. Put a landing pad. A designated area to land your ship.
And kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. STAR-LLVH will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to an anti-air because I would be shot down. But even in harsh flight conditions, such as mountains or low visibility, you'd probably most commonly find them. Targets, well, crash ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfare laying around. So, let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So, let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost?
It sounds like they're just trying to make another Starfield game.
The other ones, aside from the harvestables. And also give the narrative developments. Make sure, people build near rivers, on mountains. They build near town halls. They build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
So they're gonna have fucking
Let's
roads
talk
or
about
no?
clusters. Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems. And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost,
This shit's putting me to sleep, man.
but also what commodities they sell to find
I
out
should've
what
got some
resource
weed.
you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we could define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be.
Why do you need
Protection.
mining only on a
Extra
lawful
targets, well,
planet?
Caves,
The fuck?
mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster.
Why?
Because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet.
That doesn't make any
somewhere in the
sense.
Hyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun.
So criminal networks
on
don't
this
work
one,
together?
You'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't
This is what I'm
find in
talking
other
about, bro.
regions.
Like, what the fuck are they
These
talking
weapons
about?
will be sold at the shops in these regions. So, now that we have a
Oh my
cluster,
god. What are they
It's going to
talking
be-
about?
just like our locations,
I'm gonna have to
we
do
put
reactions to all
clusters
this stuff
near
because they're
other
not making any
clusters.
fucking
We group
sense.
them together, ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector. Like this one, that has about 120 locations. However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have, with each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay, and for you to find a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet, can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations.
Yeah, but they're all gonna be the same procedurally generated
This
stuff.
means
They're
that
not gonna be
states,
unique.
We're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity. Thank you for listening. And I won't just
He's a little bit
verse,
nervous,
but also
though.
in a denser verse. However, this was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
So, hi everybody. Benvenuti a CitizenCon. So, where are we today? So, my name is Francesco Raccucci, and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can
Can't believe these
interact
people
with
paid for death by PowerPoint.
incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also
Can't even
physical
finish his
data.
hair.
So the distribution of the elements that we have seen,
No.
and the location and the POIs, are influenced
I'm gonna leave
by
that one alone.
story, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, is a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be, designer-driven in the markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what I think
Literally falling asleep over here.
To make these systems.
Will the animals be able to stand on chairs like NPCs? I hope so.
So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, NPC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it will give
You're
us
not
more
going to be hard to be
opportunities
spotted
stealth
if
in
you
this
have
game.
lights in the middle of the forest. The fuck?
As you see, there is also a lot of
You wouldn't even light a fire
in this
at
outpost.
night in the forest if you know it's a hostile area. Because you can see, like, do these people not go outside at night? Have these people never been in nature, like, ever in their lives? You can literally see a fire from very far away in the darkness.
So in this scenario, we will
at
start to
night.
look at our perceptions
It's
impacted
easy to
by the
see.
day and night cycle. On the planetary
Jesus
surface,
Christ.
as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the 2 elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment. So what is perception? On the NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses, and just try.
And even at this location, there's nowhere to land a big ship at, so
So designers can already tweak the perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't. So in this video, we'll see 2 main elements. The graph on the top left and the 2 colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The 2 cones instead represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things, but if they have flashlights on their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV.
I guess fucking night vision doesn't exist in the future, right?
A bit more uncertain.
No night vision?
And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is
Just fuck
controlled
night
by
vision?
this
Okay,
domesticated friendly
cool.
copy.
Got it.
This is because he wants to exploit the vision, night vision capabilities. of
It's like
the animal,
spaceships, you should be able to
and
turn
it's
off all your
kinda our
lights
tier 0
so they can't
pets.
see you fly over. Facts.
So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then their regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and
I need another drink. I'll be back.
and time-consuming.
This guy's
And
boring the
also
fuck
because
out of me right
we have
now.
a lot of
Jesus
runtime
Christ.
modification of the terrain. This would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions. So up to now, we have an approach where designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting. They could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs, and then with a special entity that would just sample dynamically the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry, but what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system? Like if designers want to iterate on these ones, for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tools will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment. Whenever navigation mesh generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements. Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful where you park your Ursa, because now it can become a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least, these systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have, so not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct. Because obviously, you guys will build your own locations, but you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show you what I want to show you
you're not
now
done yet?
is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is
you guys
to
still
process
awake?
the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human
They're
can
using
move
voxel?
is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to, and be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated, then we can evaluate the voxel in different ways. For example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific
Well, not you,
voxel?
Ben. It doesn't apply to
Or
you.
is there something in front
The rest of us
holding
poor
in our
souls.
mesh so that we can actually cover behind?
I have to
And then
sit
we
through
can
this
basically
shit.
decide where generate cover surfaces.
I mean, we don't have to. Like, I
After
can.
the cover surfaces are
I can
generated,
just be
we
like,
can
man,
process
fuck this, I'm
where
going
the
to
cover
sleep.
locations are. Cover locations are good spot for NPC to be behind the cover.
Cleaning the
what we see
bathroom.
here is with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would
This shit
revolutionize
glitchy as
how you
hell.
guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction you can create. So we were destroying so much stuff in this world that we had to find a solution, right? So this is why we approach the coverage generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating. And destroying anything just makes the word be reevaluated. So as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see that a bit here. But when things break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate, so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles.
So they're gonna have regenerating
the color that you see is
walls and
mostly,
shit.
Cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being, in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan.
He's recapping, so that means he's almost done.
Life in this vast universe.
Fuck.
What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3. And now,
Thank goodness.
let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon. That's my line. Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to
Oh,
phase
Jesus
4, light
Christ.
and sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different
This fucking hair.
vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself. First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs as well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artist that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners.
Like, dude.
Where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, what was it, 3,000 and
Oh, he's got a lisp.
placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now, so this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across. We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy. Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working on over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Oh my
We've
God.
got fog, we've got particles, we've got the other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around.
Medium-y?
So that gives us approximately approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once I've been making my own levels. As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive, and this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech. Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed.
This is an Unreal Tech demo.
If we fix the
I want to
lighting
be
on one
Unreal
thing,
Tech
then the
demo.
reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray traced reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes, and we want the same system to apply globally across that.
Okay.
So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to be. Now, obviously it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space, and then also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin.
Yeah, doesn't look that great, to be honest.
Now, I'm going to
The difference is Unreal works,
from
yeah.
Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors. These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did, adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting. Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves. And this is the shot.
Nobody clapped.
Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day.
What an ugly looking character.
And also their day as well, whoever they are. Well, I promised you light and sound.
Can you send me
but I
some?
don't actually know anything about sound. So
I need some cannabis. Can anybody help me out? Just now tuning in since it's 4 a.m. for me. Have they done anything besides Stealth STAR engine? Not yet.
Good afternoon, CitizenCon.
Not yet. I should have had weed.
10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So,
I need something
make some noise.
to get me through this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do day 2 without any.
So,
I did.
sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up. Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience. So we're asking a lot. But with Star Audio, we
Oh
can
my God,
rapidly
Star
implement
Audio.
for entity classes, brushes,
Rolling my
and
eyes.
audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in game. And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise. Showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor, that's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor, and on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you there is a group of insects.
Insects that don't fucking exist.
You're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later. But there's a little something missing. So to add some
You hear the
realism,
deaf sound, yeah.
sounds respond to how they move, how you move.
This just makes me think of
to you.
the Zeus flyby from, you know, if you guys have seen that video,
Velocity relative to
go
velocity
watch it.
changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms, now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations, and
how fast you can't travel through them, you mean?
So we created a systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain. So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
It's kind of loud. What about the other sounds from the wind and the other sounds from nature?
And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial. So, how does it work? Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around.
It doesn't sound natural at all.
The audio is mixed into these buffers
Because there's no other sound from the environment. It's literally just the sound of that machine.
Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally, but you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound, we are not just creating a Doppler effect, we are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So, introducing systemic speed of sound to the game, I now have a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire, looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic speed of sound.
That was so slow.
Sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So let's bring in a sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effect. Okay, so that's, if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound
right.
enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So Pico's down before he even hears the shot. But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay, let's finish him off. Now he's dead.
That flyby sounds like worse than what we have now. Yeah.
I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effects. And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance. So again, cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave. And the explosion itself. This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real whenever you drop a Moab. One more.
Yeah, why is the Hercules going so slow after it drops a bomb?
That's pretty cool. So, the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments.
No, actually going fast gives you a sense of
In
speed.
summary, we're trying to make
Covering distance fast gives you a sense of speed.
all this Genesis data,
Stop
make
the
it feel
bullshit.
real. And that's not all we can do. We can make cells respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from phase 4 of the Genesis cycle, light and sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
Thank you, sir.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and STAR-Architect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid clouds.
Bullets, lots of stuff in real life. This is so immersive. Why no visible blast wave?
It would be
That would be too hard to do.
bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up. It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation.
I can't wait to die to a
grass,
lightning
and the
strike.
overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us.
We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly
Gotta fart,
responding
hold on.
to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it it's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
Yeah, it is so far away. The water's not even accumulating on the ground.
I'm getting out of this suit now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
You can tell this is pre-rendered because of how good it looks. And you just leave your ship open when it's raining. Cool movie. Now here's the thing that I want to see if the raindrops are going to be like gel water. God, why is he going so slow to his cockpit? Just no one plays like this. I mean, are we gonna have weather radars on our ships too? Because you know, planes can see storms. Am I gonna be able to see the storm on the radar? No storm on the radar? Okay, just take off. No storm. Oh, I can't wait for my ship to be killed in a lightning strike. That's gonna be amazing. Imagine having a dogfight and you're trying to kill somebody and all of a sudden you get hit by a bolt of lightning and your ship dies. This is gonna be fun. I can't wait for that in 10 years.
Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver, to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
They're going so slow.
It was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions, so you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation But direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out. And these storms will sometimes be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
In 10 years. If they introduce that, like, we have to have a way to predict storms.
Said, it's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course. All right, what have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without
Yeah, I gotta make reaction videos to all this.
Manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game
If my radar can't show me a storm, like that's
civilizations on planets that can
it's
be
crazy.
used for missions or immersion gameplay without art and design, hand placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead. We've seen how populations of AI and NPCs inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments, and we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly. Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds.
He's just blabbering right now, so I'm gonna put this on the screen.
Applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that
This is Microsoft Flight Simulator,
That's our Star Engine presentation
and
for
you can
today,
see,
guys.
like,
This
in the
year,
game,
have a great CitizenCon.
they have weather radars. Like in the game, you can clearly see storms and other things like this. And so, like, basically what you do in the game is like,
Hello, viewers. I'm Kirsten.
you would
I'm
fly
introducing
through
the
here
Planet
to get through the
Experience.
storm. That way you don't fly directly
I
through
work
it.
with the UI Tech and Planet Tech teams. Off the back of that amazing presentation is the lovely Will Hain on Planet Tech. How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Half the time you ship
That was
can't
a
even
smashing
target
presentation.
anything
I
level
was
line,
doing it here in Manchester
level
versus
line
LA last
detector
year.
storm.
It's very different. LA is, of course, amazing. It was incredible to visit, but I think there's something really special about doing it here, just down the road from the studio. It's amazing to see the people you get coffee with, the people you work with, and you chat about problems and do design with. They're here too this time, whereas last time, it was amazing and it was lovely meeting all the LA folks, but it's just not the same as the people that you work with each day. I love it being here. It's great.
Oh, it must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and the studio here in Manchester.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the communities, it's just incredible.
Well, with all that
I like the
hard
last
work
few
that you
things,
just got
but
to
as for
show
now,
off
it's
to
really
everyone
freaking
here
boring.
today,
Yeah, it's pretty
what
freaking
are the
boring.
main three
I guess the
takeaways
storm
from
stuff is
today's
cool, but if they don't give us the tools to see and navigate through storms, then it's like it's all kind of stupid.
Faster and better. We've got a benchmark. Things look great. Pyro looks incredible, but we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark and do it across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts, but all of it is coming together to create a much better game and much better content for it.
Amazing. Okay. So, what was your
So-
personal favorite moment from that presentation?
Well, that's not fair. I love all those people. The dynamic weather demo, I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible. I love it. I have to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it beautiful. And his team, of course, over in Frankfurt, they're all incredible. I love them all.
Most aircraft can glide down when they have full power out. Yeah, 9-star citizen, your shit's just gonna just fall out of the sky and you're gonna die.
Very humble. So,
So,
tell us a bit more about what players can expect off the bat with Genesis.
I'm sorry,
biggest
man.
changes coming for them.
This is what you get when you get me up at this hour.
Planets become more and more
Sir?
physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out and is rolled out to the stuff that we're delivering to live, you're going to start
I like
to
the
see
McLaren
all
hoodie
these
that guy
things
has on.
come together. You're going to see
It's a
that
nice
very
McLaren
visually
hoodie.
done
I like
today.
that.
And I'm hoping that
Let me get
we're
one of
gonna
those,
show you
G.
some more of the steps along the way as well in the future, where we won't just be showing you Pines anymore. We're going to be showing all that incredible stuff that Seb's been busy authoring.
Do you say
Together,
bussy?
It's just going to look amazing. I'm so excited to get this into people's hands.
Beautiful. The personal highlight for me was seeing the water interaction with the biomes. Is that something you're excited for players to interact with?
Absolutely. The swamp demo with
Do you think these interviews are like rehearsed?
I kind of knew it was coming.
Sorry.
I'd seen like the clip in the
I
background,
didn't-
but seeing it there and
I didn't know the word "so" had an R in it.
I love it, and I can't wait for those. Once those biomes are out and you can go and explore, there's so much more reason to be in the water.
Hire her
see
from
it all.
Fiverr for $10 in the pro interviewer package.
Immersion's obviously very important.
Either that or she's some fucking content
I
creator
just want to touch on
from the
work you and
UK.
the team have done. Is there anything you want to say to anyone in the studio, or any shout-outs you want to make to the people you work with?
I don't know what to say about fans.
I know all
Everyone's
people in the
saying
UK don't
hello,
talk like that.
Back at the studio, you guys are all amazing. It's great being the person to stand up and talk about this stuff together with Ali as well. But
$10 is she
there are
worth
so many
$5?
people
I
who are
pray I
taking
don't get an
technology like this, whether it
STD.
be the water sim and the rendering and all the people that worked on that, or the Planet Tech and all the people who have worked on the giant.
The storm stuff
resources
doesn't
that
exist.
are
You can
on
obviously tell it's a
today.
pre-rendered
It's
video.
not just me. We have a team. We have a group.
It's
of people,
pre-rendered for
and
sure.
everyone brings a unique contribution. It's amazing. It's great.
You can just tell by the way that it looks that it's pre-rendered.
Yeah, just to echo that, thank you to everyone who's worked so hard on all this tech, including yourself.
Sir? Yeah, sir?
What was your favorite bit?
I like seeing the Pico get shot.
Absolutely. Shoot that guy. He doesn't. We don't need him.
Well, speaking of community, I think it might be time to throw over to Dan, who's checking out the community booths. Dan, are you ready for us? Yeah?
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Will. It turns out water is wet, and no one better to tell us than Will. Now, guys, we are here back at CitizenCon on the show floor waiting for the next panel. We'll be back in a little bit for that, but I want to continue showing you guys some of the awesome stuff we have here on the show floor. So I'm here now at the Monster Tech Sim Pit area. Monster Tech, we had an awesome promotion with earlier this year where we have these great themed chairs. Look at this. This is an RSI branded Monster Tech chair.
$1,000 chairs.
Listen on that if we can. Look at that RSI branding. Look at me.
So,
I'm Chris Roberts now.
this chair is $1,000.
So let's take a look at this booth right now. We have an awesome area where players are playing Arena Commander in sort of a real D 4D situation. These are haptic chairs. There's motors in the chairs. They're using our VKB branded joysticks. Thank you again to VKB for helping sponsor CitizenCon. This is awesome. We are getting to play Star Citizen in a way few people ever get to experience Star Citizen. It runs smooth, it looks great, this is awesome. If you guys are here on the show floor at CitizenCon, this is an awesome place. You definitely need to check this place out. How you doing? Doing well? You winning? Are you winning something?
I'm just trying to figure out how to fly again.
He's trying to figure out how to fly again. You have to figure out how to walk before you can run, in a sense. We have a huge crowd of people here, so it might take you a little bit to get in, but this is awesome.
I should get on Arena Commander and go smoke
them.
them.
The theming we have here, just excuse me, guys. We have in-game posters as well. We have a Leilani Addison poster. We have our Ship Showdown posters. All the theming here is that we were on deck of the UEES Barbary here in orbit above Manchester. Now, guys, we also have some awesome
Canop
stuff
is
about to show you.
on
We're
one,
gonna head
bro.
over to the community booth
Canop
in a
ain't
little
missed
bit.
yet.
But first, I want to take a quick moment to also thank one of our other sponsors, Scan PC. So for those of you who are attending CitizenCon, you didn't even know this, but all of you are actually entered in a competition right now to win a free themed Star Citizen Scan PC. If you check into your bags, you have a challenge coin. Every single challenge coin in every single one of your bags has a unique number on it. At the end of the show, show. We'll be pulling a random number that matches one of those unique challenge coin numbers. So make sure you have your challenge coin on you. If you don't, you're going to miss out.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing these people makes me want to go to the gym.
Box themed scan PC. I'm actually going to throw it over
I'm not gonna
to
lie,
Sam,
man.
who's going to check out that PC over in our interactive booth. Sam, why don't you show us what that looks like?
I have no idea what he's saying.
Hi guys, and welcome over to the community booths. So I'm right here at our SIG props booth, and we do have one of those special PCs right here on the desk. So if you guys want to see what you could be winning, hang on to those challenge coins. That is a 3
That's the PC?
PC from our friends over at Scan. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. So at the props booth today,
That thing looks
I am
like it
here
wouldn't.
with Tom, Joe, and Anise.
Oh, okay.
who
I
are
was
gonna
like,
be
that thing has no
working
fucking
on
ventilation.
throughout the day. So Tom,
A Star Citizen
what is it
scan
that you're
PC.
working on today?
So we have the goodie pack that's gonna be, part of the, if you bought it, you would have it, and we are doing some of the props that's gonna be part of the pack. I'm doing, the stuff that we have gonna have, and yeah.
Amazing. So how are you finding the atmosphere at SitCon? Is it your first time?
Sorry, I was in LA last year, and it was amazing, and I love this one even more, and I hope everyone feels the same way, and yeah.
Fantastic. So, unfortunately, Tom is working on a project that shall not be named, so we can't really.
Bro,
talk
Chris
to
never
you
heard of
about
sex
this
sales.
next
We got
question.
all the
But
homeless
let's
chicks from
move
Portland here.
Swiftly on over to our Star Citizen props artist, Mr. Joe. How are you getting on?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Brill. So, could you tell us about one of the props that you're most proud of from Star Citizen?
Most proud of, well, that's to come later. But at the moment, I think my most proud is the item banks, the infamous item banks. But lucky enough, the art's cool. But yeah,
Item banks suck.
Amazing. Thanks so much. Well,
Scan mate your PC. Yeah, when I was looking at the PC at first, I didn't see any of the ventilation fans. So I'm just like, that thing's gonna fucking overheat. But then I saw on the side that it had ventilation fans, so I was like, man, crisis averted. But that thing looks like it would get hot.
Popular booth. We have JRDF, who are our amazing model makers, and they have done a lot of work for us in the studio as well. So if you get a chance, do try and visit their booth. They will be
What the fuck is
happy
next?
to show you guys all of their amazing work.
What's next?
And next, we'll take. Imagine bumping into you here.
All right, fuck this. Let's open up the Discord. Let's get some callers in here. Can up if you can. Drop the link for the Discord. And join the call waiting room. We'll bring you guys up one by one, and we'll get your temperature on what you guys think about probably going to be the minimal specs. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. But I think this is a good time to get people on the line. And yeah, let's get this thing cracking. Let's get that link drop. Woke Fest, stay away from me, you purple-haired thing. Yeah, so the thing I don't like about Twitch streaming is like, you can't like pause it and just like keep it where you are, you know? Because like if I could pause it, then you know what I'm saying, I can, you know, watch it at my own pace. You guys should, if you guys are not a part of the Discord, you should be able just to see the call waiting room. And once I see somebody in there, I'll bring you up here onto the thing. But don't get too crazy up in here now. Don't get too crazy. You know what I'm saying? I am on YouTube. I am monetized. But yeah, we can have a discussion about what we've seen so far. The trees, the lightning. You know what I'm saying? We can talk about it. Let's get the line going. I'm gonna, you know, get some background music playing for a second, you know what I'm saying? While we wait for some people to join in. I'm probably gonna do this again on Monday. Have another call-in show on Monday, and we talk about Star Citizen. Especially whenever their stuff gets posted on YouTube, we'll do another one. You know, I think really getting community feedback and just not talking, things in comments and talking on Discord or not Discord, but Spectrum and all that stuff. Actually have real conversations. Because sometimes, you talk through text and things just aren't very clear because there's a certain tone that, that goes behind it and all that kind of stuff too. So, lines are open, people. Let's get it cracking. Dude's got a nice beard. Not gonna lie. Oh my god. Not everybody at once. You guys shy? If you guys are having trouble seeing the call waiting room, just let us know and we'll get it worked on. But you guys should be able to see the waiting room without having to accept the rules of the Discord. So I don't think you have to actually join the server to get in the waiting line or to get in the waiting room. So, oh my god, I can't go to the UK. If some girl comes to me, she's like, "So," I'm gonna walk away. So, I will legit walk away. It's 4:45 a.m. You listen at work, so you're just lurking. That's fine. That's fine. If we don't get any callers in, that's okay. It's our first call-in show. I'll be doing more of these. I'll be getting real feedback. All right, let's see what Jared's talking about. It might be time for the next presentation, maybe. If you got camp in the waiting room. Some of the accidents up around that area are crazy. All right, let's see what Jared's talking about real quick.
They come up to us about 3 months ago and they're like, "Hey, we've got this. You want to show this to Citizen Gun?" I'm like, "Yes. Yes, we do. We want to show this to Citizen Gun." But you don't think it'll be like an ISC kind of thing? I'm like, "No. That's Citizen Gun worthy." All right, so our next presentation are a group of dear friends of mine and Sean Tracy. You know I love you, baby. I love you. It's a presentation that I have wanted to do here at CitizenCon for years, and in 2024, well, the stars seemed to align, and I'm so excited that you're going to see this. This was what I called in our pre-show our sleeper presentation of the year. I hope you give them all the attention and all the admiration.
Sir.
Please welcome Benoit Bossejour and a social
Sir. better be good.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? 1, 2. All right. Cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit. In this one, I am Balt, my player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared.
A few years ago,
and I will be your
would have been a
host for
little
the
interested in what they've shown so far, but no confidence in their direction anymore. Yeah.
universe. But before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview demonstration, and God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far. You guys have been thousands to come and help us test this technology, and the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much.
Get on with it, Benoit.
Now, the above picture is really nice, other than this guy, but it does present a problem. A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size.
Yeah, this was not fun.
Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game,
But I never
but the
expected
world
it to work
outside,
well,
like
so
on Spectrum.
I expect the
Unfortunately,
PU to work well.
the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in MobiGlass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan. Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game, or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build
a game for
social
all is a game
environment,
for
a
none.
game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and
This game is
trustworthy,
cooked, bro.
where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy. A warning. What we're going to show you is very early work, and we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub.
Screenshot
You're
shows
gonna
it's
see
the
some
only
player names on
gameplay.
screen.
It's the main
Most of
gameplay
them
loop.
are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support. They're always there for
Boo.
us. They get focused and watch the videos, and they do good content. This is an action shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here. The workmates, but, and so, I'm not gonna lie, this presentation is gonna be a lot of MobiGlass. It's not super flashy, but focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact. But for this, I need some help myself. So I'm gonna make a party, and I'm gonna get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Hello, CitizenCon.
This
Hope you're
fucking
doing all
guy.
right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
All the past updates have been asked, so I'll blame Evo players. Yeah.
My spot's quite far away. Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk out. Okay, so social universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So, we're taking our oldest app in the mobiGlass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at all then.
Rehearsed line.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status. So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game
Why didn't they just call it
and the
Spectrum?
launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice. So some people are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience. Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there.
The scream is a vomit.
I swear to
A
God,
mess of
I didn't do
unorganized
anything for
info.
This is just
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it yet.
Yeah, sure. All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore.
I'm definitely going to be blocked.
What we're trying to do is we're doing something called blackholing them from communications. So you can't see them talk and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago, you remember why, because you're going to forget.
The
And then for those
non-stop
situations
spam calls,
where someone
right?
really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
Boo. Boo. Why are you weaponizing customer support, you fucking bitch, dude?
Ready to go on an adventure, but for that,
God damn, it's a fucking game.
party's at the core of the social experience.
Jesus
when you're having
fucking
interaction,
Christ.
Meeting with other players, or whether they're friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does
Yeah,
have some
this
cool features,
this
but
hostile names list is gonna get toxic as fuck.
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff.
Jesus Christ, man.
But let's take a closer look at the new features of the party. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100+ people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well.
Yeah, the block
But
list,
for the
like,
party, you're gonna want more real
what kind of soft ass shit is
player-related
this?
Info, like if someone's downed or dead.
Yeah, what
or
the actual fuck,
maybe,
bro? Like,
maybe offline for some reason. A big thing though is the ship and seat breakdown. So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh. So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to...
It's for the Care Bears, exactly.
And while we're talking about group play,
boo.
And maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shard player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to
Wrong
find.
thing will get you on that list faster than anything else. The cult is locking down descent, exactly.
Pretty cool.
If you just attack a player, if you pirate a player, like they're just gonna put you on a block list. Like what is that?
Place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always
I can't
very
believe
difficult to
he
find.
really
We
said,
have a
call
single
us and we'll
channel,
take care of
people
it
are
for
blasting,
you.
looking for
Like
groups,
who the
looking
fuck
for
says
offers,
that?
you never know what you're gonna find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're gonna have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder. So, the Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content, so you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck
They're
in
trying
one
to
here.
empower old people who want to move around the
so
game like snails
you
and
can
not be
then,
bothered by anyone.
request,
Exactly.
for people that are requesting, you can then look
Exactly
at their
it.
information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as
The
filters.
thing that I've been asking for is like when you're flying your ships, like let my entire party be green, no matter what their crime stat is. Like that's a actual thing that we need in the game currently, like right now in this very fucking moment.
Finding cool vistas,
it should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends, I can party launch into the game on the same shard, then I can share my party with the party finder, and other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones, and voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own.
Okay, so with the chat window, if we customize it, can I stop it from fucking shaking everywhere?
Adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat login.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /DL commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take
Hey, you wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake. Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret. Also, we are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up.
If it works.
Another thing we're adding is item links, and well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow. Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right? So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So, it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right?
Still probably going to use Discord.
All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this. So again, I mentioned, it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected ways
I'm falling asleep, guys.
ways by the community. Let's have a look.
This is Wallace Clem.
How long have we been doing this? Like 5 hours. We've got no gameplay yet.
One of our Ninetales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear, just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch? Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
They're doing all the shit because there's no fucking gameplay. Where's the gameplay?
Something we have in common, sir.
Oh. I'm dying over here, guys.
Mr. President.
Slowly.
That my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Apples.
You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the cap. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
So that was
There's
all
no
content
gameplay, so they
made
showed
by
this
the
shit,
community,
man.
And
Oh
I
my
love it.
God.
I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at Sitcom. How's it going?
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range
Still
of
not
motion
great.
of the mouth, which now looks like this. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam, and this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam.
Oh God, I fell asleep. Oh shit.
In low light conditions, but
Oh
we're
God.
also seeing a small quality boost in optimal
Knocked a bunch of shit over.
conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face. Which is
Oh, what's
great
up,
for using
JT?
in
What's up?
game Or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to
It's
go
been,
with
well,
it,
like,
but the
all we
future
knew,
is
boring as fuck.
feature, and
I'm
we can't
off.
wait to see what wonderful things you use
Yeah, Haru.
in the verse.
Thank you for stopping by, man. I appreciate
So,
you.
you and the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what VoIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance. Let's start off
The only character that matters is Van Duel Man.
We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from. And I used to have pretty long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have. Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else do we have? Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking.
They should give him the bald head.
To rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that VoIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking, and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. VoIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that VoIP will continue to work with anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Oh my god, I can't believe they just fucking showed that shit.
Everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
It's pretty cool.
The DEI fucking character customizer.
That's right, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you, we know, we've tried it, and it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality. So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
Oh, no presentation? Okay.
Cool. Good stuff.
What? Am I done?
Should we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
Bit crowded, right?
Can we kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it. Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean. All right, now we've made
It's frustrating because the best part of my
We've
PC is
joined
audio.
parties, and we even kicked some people.
I believe it.
That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Ben, behind you.
Oh! The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago. And this allowed new players and experienced players to match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah, of course we are.
That got a less than lukewarm reception.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And it's very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So we want to keep the guide types from the website, because there's already a lot of good ones there. and they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser.
Yep, I'm still going to use Discord.
No teaser. You're teased.
Oh, yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of
Instead of
requirements
making a
you've gotta meet.
tutorial system, he's
And
made a
this
guide
list will
system.
require
Got
you
it.
doing content like
Instead of
beacons or many
explaining how to
others
do
as
the
well.
game, they just let other players
ultimately,
do that
once
for
you check
them,
that list, you
so
can
they don't have
opt
to do
in
any
become a guide.
loops. Got it.
And
Makes
really,
sense.
we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today,
Is there a PvP guide
there are
system?
going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get
We need a
paid.
PvP guide
But
system.
ultimately, we want you to want to help.
What if I want to learn PvP?
So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in the
Would it be under
field
vehicle
that
combat?
I like doing tons of content on. Or I'm a new player and I need training in a key area. How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question. It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems. Or as we say internally, beacons, but actually good. Yeah. So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them.
There's no
If you
beacon
need a
for
guide,
piracy?
broadcast them. And
What?
if you're a guide, you can be certain
What if I want to be a pirate and I don't know how?
knows their stuff.
This is not inclusive.
This is obviously good for new players.
This is not inclusive at all.
But even seasoned
I need to
players
make
like
notes.
yourselves, you're gonna have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we gonna do, what are we gonna do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways.
I want to
tackle
turn
this.
people into
One is
zombies.
actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that
Like
need
getting
help,
paid.
but
You guys don't like
rewards
paying
people
people.
for helping. And this
You can't make
actually
money in the
finally
game like you
makes it
used to.
viable to do beacons
Everything's
for
so
whatever
fucking
profession you
slow.
like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive.
That's okay. I'll just turn him
The
into a
other
zombie.
is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders
Personal
can earn
trans.
that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So
Cannot
we're putting a lot of
cannot
focus on
predicted
making the
this.
system difficult to exploit as well. In the many
Cannot
ways that it can
predicted
be right
this.
now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the beacon broadcaster's perspective, right?
What about my combat service beacons mission play loop that you guys took away from me?
The beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some
Trust
help
fall.
to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So, well,
We've got
AJ?
one more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is
The
exciting.
double
I
glizzy.
like this one.
Did someone mess
I
with
bet
the
you
line?
do. I bet you like that double glizzy. I bet you do like
Well,
that.
it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
It was one of the best play loop options. They took it away from us, bastards.
All right.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben,
They did.
big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website. 69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high quality content you guys have always produced has always
The best
amazed us and
org
inspired
is
us.
Innie's lobby because we're not
Those
shills.
orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Baltzfald Buccaneers.
those
What?
guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But
now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
These people are not actors. Like, why give them rehearsed lines? Let them freeball it. Pause.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
Tease with the mask.
That was lukewarm.
So, orgs can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Balls Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? Sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam! Anyway, it
This
sounds
shit's
like
corny,
you guys
bro.
might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we like playing in different ways and will want to join different orgs. The recruitment tab is the place to find them. So we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members in order to give a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like...
What?
Like he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have to speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways. So you can
First,
search
I
by
could not
name
get into
if
the
there's
game. Main
infamous
menu
orgs
was
you've encountered
busy
out
waiting,
there
then
in
I
the verse or
could join a
online.
friend after
You can search by
after
size.
several
So
dud
if
attempts.
you're
Now
big and active org like
there's
me,
no ship in the hangar.
or a small
GGCIG.
org like Gabriel.
Yep, that's just, you know.
Then you can also search by the game.
Niels, they don't want you playing the game. They want you watching this presentation so that you can buy a ship at the end of the day.
Yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh, yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game, too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like, one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in.
Falling asleep again.
And you'll see, well, let's
I'm not gonna lie to you.
at a glance information. So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off,
What presentation are we on right now?
and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So by default... So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a
Social
thing.
universe. After this
You'll
is
obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never miss another meetup to get together for group content. It's tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays.
cosplay, dress to kill.
The Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
Oh my God.
That's my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at
At least my
here are
JPEGs don't have
available from
FPS or
Microsoft.
stability issues. True.
Even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties.
I'm pretty sure there's like an applause sign somewhere and tell them to clap.
So, I can join multiple
Clap, guys,
orgs,
get excited.
Buccaneers,
Yay.
The Corvette Club or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existed existing affiliation main status system on the website.
Yeah, I can't wait till somebody makes the KKK org.
You choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute.
You already know it's going to happen, right?
Choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time.
That's going to be, what's that dude's name? Buzzcut Psychos?
To play with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags. So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us. JJ,
Finally, something that should have been in the game 10 years ago. It's finally in. Yay.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So,
the game's finally in the year 2010.
An in-game guild.
Congratulations.
Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild.
Oh my god.
But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it races, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org,
whoever just subscribed, thank you for that. Appreciate it. If you're watching the stream, I didn't get any notification. The little thing didn't show up.
Alignment races, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say,
to be honest, Elite Dangerous was always my go-to space sim. Just might outlive SC despite their decision. Also, ED is far from dead as well. That's what I've been hearing.
However, that will put your alignment back at 0.
Oh god.
So it's a big choice.
So every member gets full benefits.
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in. Anything you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage?
Another
tease.
Ooh.
Can this be over already?
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join and well-established.
Why isn't something live interacting?
Instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what
because they would actually have to be working at them. That's why. And they would rather just give us death by fucking PowerPoint for 7 hours instead of showing us fucking gameplay. This is the last CitizenCon that I'm watching, guys. I'm not watching a CitizenCon next year. I'm not. I can't. I legit can't watch CitizenCon next year. I can't. I'm sorry. It's going to be literally impossible for me to sit through this shit again next year. I will not do it. I will not do it.
Well, so you know,
I'm falling asleep over here.
Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to have managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the members tab. So this
Citizen
is
Con
less
for real.
complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it. So in here, you'll be able to manage members. You can
Oh my
leave
God.
notes and see the ranks of members. And as we did with the friends list and the
I
party
can't
list,
wait till
add
this gets
features
toxic.
in here as well.
All of this stuff's gonna get very toxic. I already know it.
It gives you a clear indication.
I'm
where you
keeping
sit
my
in it.
org small.
And you'll
I'm not letting everyone
see
join
the
my org.
permissions on here, but that's something that will delve
I probably
more
won't even
into a
advertise
little
it, to
bit.
be honest.
For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions.
We're gonna be the
rather
Brotherhood
than
without
the-
banners.
Well, it could be things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage.
We fly no flags.
So all right, so orgs form and
What is the
friendship
percentage
between
of
most
achieved goals for promises from Citizen Con?
Buccaneers and the
From
Fellowship
con
of
to
JJ
con,
don't really see
25%?
eye to
I don't,
eye
bro.
most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
And their lines are rehearsed. That's like the worst part of this is it's like they're reading a script. It's like Chris Roberts is like forcing them to act this way instead of them just being them fucking selves. Just let these people be themselves. Like, don't force them to fucking act. Like, I'm tired of all the acting.
If you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing.
We do farm bodies.
Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from this screen if you have permission, and you could respond here as well. And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like Alliance chat, or being able to share Alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
So, rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement. If someone decides you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you
I'm gonna be rival to every single org's gonna be my rival.
putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify.
Imagine traveling to Manchester for a 7-hour PowerPoint that you paid for. That's what I'm saying. If I want to watch PowerPoint, I could watch it at fucking home. Like, I was in the military for 13 years. This was my life for 13 years. This is why I don't like this shit.
Contacts in white and party members show up in blue, whereas your org wingmen will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list, people on your kill list that we mentioned before, will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card.
If they aren't forced to act, then they might critique the game. They need yes men only. Probably so. Thank you, New Type. I don't think I've seen you here before. Thank you for coming by, bro. Appreciate you. My goodness. Should at least play this background music to keep me
That's
going for a
everything
second.
us today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you
Pause,
everything, but
what she
there's
said.
Lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah. Now, what have we learned? We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO.
Oh my God.
sites with a new social app in the
Is this
multiclass,
finally over?
tools to manage parties with rich
All right.
presence,
Cap,
rate
drop the
checks,
link
ship information.
for the call in to Discord.
Niceties normally present
Let's
in
talk
every
about
game.
it.
A new
Talk
party
about
finder, a
orgs.
system that
Let's talk about
allows you to
pre-rendered
find players to play
trees.
with. Revamp beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game. We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also
I think Kenneth might be asleep.
align your org with a guild and get benefits for your
I think
members,
Kenneth's passed out.
representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits. and loyalty to your org.
I don't blame him.
And alliances and rivalry to identify
Don't blame
friend
him
from foe.
being passed out.
And now, we're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event?
Oh, they're
where our
gonna
two
actually show
powerhouse
something?
Orgs came together as one.
And my org, right?
Yeah, it's a little teaser for tomorrow's crafting your home presentation, and
Oh my God.
we can build together as an org and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you.
It's already CitizenCon. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, why are you still teasing shit? Just do it. You're gonna have custom logos. Cool. Somebody booed. I heard that. Why are you watching an event? So much salt, 13 viewers. Why the fuck are you in my chat? Answer yourself that fucking question. If you have so much shit to say, why the fuck are you here? You can leave.
Sometimes it's just the simple things, isn't it?
Like, bro, I've been up since like midnight watching a fucking PowerPoint presentation that has no fucking gameplay in it. We haven't seen one clip of gameplay yet. Why the fuck are you here? You bitch. Get the fuck out of my chat. I don't have the fucking patience to deal with shitheads like you. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations. I promise.
Stupid motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in about an hour.
Here, let me help you out. Let me help you out. You dumb bitch. Let me help you out. Boom. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Don't come in my chat and ask me why the fuck I'm doing any fucking thing. If you don't like what I'm doing, don't fucking watch. I don't understand that. If you come into a chat, if you go to a channel and you don't like what the person's saying, especially like in a live stream, you don't have to comment anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to comment anything. If you don't like what's being said, like, just don't watch it. And the fact is, he's subscribed to my channel to get into my chat, because I believe my chat should be subscriber only. I think it's been that way for a very long time, right? So you subscribe to my channel to come talk shit to me? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Oh yeah, it was on anyone. I'm gonna put my shit back on subscriber only. Bitch, you guys, if you're gonna talk to me, you need to subscribe to my motherfucking channel, bro. Before we had a space JPEG, now we also have Earth JPEG, arguably now an improvement. Yeah, well, yeah. Can't believe these people, bro. Like, why would you come on here just to say something because you don't like what I said? Probably was. It's like, oh, he's mad about, like, bro, they haven't shown us anything yet. Like, how long has this shit been going on? Right? This shit started at 2:30 a.m. It's 5:45 a.m. And we haven't seen one piece of gameplay. And you're asking why I'm upset? That shouldn't be fucking hard to figure out. I put on CitizenCon because I want to see new gameplay. I didn't put on CitizenCon to watch the fucking PowerPoint. Jesus fucking Christ. They could at least respect our time a little bit more for staying up this fucking late. Why am I upset? Jesus fucking, like, man, like, have some, like, I have self-respect. I have a little bit of self-respect, and I want to see actual gameplay in the game and not just some PowerPoint presentations about how you can put your org banner into the game. Okay, that doesn't interest me that much. I don't care. That stuff should have been in the game a long time ago. Congratulations. The game is now in 2015. Congratulations. They showed me a pre-rendered lightning storm. I can look at it already and tell by how smooth it is that it's not actual real gameplay. It's game engine footage. Like, they're not showing us anything. And since they're not showing us anything, I have a right to be upset. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, like I said, don't watch. But I want my time and everybody's in the chat's time respected by actually showing us something that we can actually fucking use. And just not some bullshit fucking pre-rendered PowerPoint presentation, rehearsed lines. Like, dude, like, I know I'm going off right now, and I probably sound a little bit like Salty Mike, but the fact still remains. The fact still remains. It's like, this has been going on for a long time, and we haven't seen anything substantial in this game yet. We haven't seen anything. They said no pyro, and then proceed to show us fucking pyro. I only have 20-something friends. A couple or so of those citizens that spend real money on those ships. You know, a huge fuck ton of decks, and at least two. I don't know what you're saying there. I can't remember when the last time I saw them online. You think they'd be committed? Yeah. I go to my friends list, and that shit is like empty, bro. That shit is empty. Like, people are getting upset with me because, like, I actually want our time respected. People are getting upset with me because I want a higher quality game. And people are getting upset with me because I see something that's low effort and I point it out. And people are getting upset with me. And it's like, am I saying anything that's inherently, like, crazy? I don't think that I am. You know? If someone tells me, like, if Chris Roberts got on the stage last year and told us that Squadron 42 was feature complete, and everybody's gonna be working on the PU over the next 12 months, then I expect the PU to be better. That's my expectation, and I won't accept anything less than that. Now, if the PU is not actually, if they're not actually feature complete with Squadron 42 and they lie to us about it, then that creates a problem for me. CIG's already broken so many promises. I've only been playing the game for like 3 years, and in the 3 years I've already broken so many promises. Oh, a fresh guy. Yeah. Fresh guy. Gotcha. I understand what you're saying right now. I got you. Yeah, I mean, the novelty of Star Citizen, where it wears off so quick now because you get excited for a patch and you get in and you just realize everything is so fucking slow and boring. You know what I'm saying? We heard nothing about fucking control surfaces. We've heard nothing about quantum boost. We've heard nothing about the other things that are supposed to be in the game already. It's hard to stay committed when you can't even log in. Like, JT, we got JT into playing this game. He played for a patch, and it was like, fuck this shit. I mean, this is their time to make money. CIG makes most of their money between October and December because they have Citizen Con and they have the Intergalactic Aerospace Show. That's where they make most of their money. Yeah, it's slow, boring, and broken. And like this, so far, this Citizen Con has been kind of just meh. Like, so what? They showed us they can make trees. They can make swamps. Like, okay, where are you putting this stuff at? Are you putting these swamps? Are you creating new biomes on Hurston? Are you redesigning Hurston again? Like, you have to explain to us, like, how you're going to implement this into the verse. Not just like, oh, like, here are some swamps that we made. Now cheer for us because we did something the Unreal Engine did 3 years ago. Unreal literally did everything that we saw them show as far as like planetary biomes and weather and all that stuff. Unreal's already shown that. Okay, now I will give them a caveat and say that Unreal hasn't shown that in a fully scaled planet, but the underlying tech is still there. You know what I'm saying? And Unreal showed us other things that they haven't shown us. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to look at what we've seen just now and just be excited about it. Yeah, I can't wait for my ship to get hit by lightning and die. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait for that. I can't wait to fly in a storm and not know how to fly out of the storm because I don't have a fucking weather radar. You know what I'm saying? Like, why make weather in the game when we don't have the tools to see it? It's like, if I have a ship, like, why the fuck would I fly into a lightning storm if I don't fucking have to? In development 12 years and you're making a game with hundreds of different planets, I assume that it would be able to make a swamp. I mean, I don't know, man. This CitizenCon has not been good. Last played 3.23 PTU for less than an hour, uninstalled, and haven't been back. I'm done and I'm 15k deep. Bro, I am so sorry to hear that, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. I don't see anybody in the waiting room. I'm gonna just go ahead and I'm gonna find that link real quick, and we can open up these lines, and we can talk about it. Let me go ahead and pin this. Yeah, I'm gonna pin that message. Pin link. You guys can come into the Discord. You don't have to join it. You should be able to see You should be able to see the call waiting room without having to join, but we can talk about what we're seeing right now. You know what I'm saying? We got time. We got 30 minutes. You know, if you guys don't want to come up and talk, that's fine. We can just talk here in the chat. But the reason why I wanted to do this, because it's better to get a record of how people actually feel about what they're seeing through conversation, right? And I know people can always come back and they can always watch the video and they can always see like, okay, well, they're having this conversation. But I think the tone of voice and hearing some of the emotion, you know, and how people are actually feeling, I think that's what we need, and that's what we need to put out into this community, because, you know, I feel like the community is turning into like a cult. Like, they just said like, oh, like, you can just put someone on your ban list if they're griefing, and then we'll deal with it. Well, how do you know if they're griefing? Like, a lot of times people call pirates griefers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't pirate anybody anymore. You're gonna get put on a block list, and you're gonna get reported to CIG for doing piracy, for doing something that the game allows you to do. Like, come on, man. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting crazy. And then we're about to have bro, they could have this entire thing with this what are they doing next? This fucking cosplay show. They could have left the cosplay show for tomorrow. They could have had that at the end. Like, why are you doing this right now? And this just tells me they don't have anything. How long is this cosplay shit supposed to last? 2:45 to 3:30. They're gonna spend 45 minutes on a cosplay event. Something that should take 10 minutes. Get everybody who dressed up on stage, cheer for the loudest one, and let's get the fuck on with the show. But they're gonna spend 45 minutes on a cosplay competition. Like, bruh, respect our time. You know what I'm saying? I get cosplay has its place in the verse. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a cosplay event, but I'm saying we don't need to spend 45 minutes on it. That's all I'm saying. We don't need to spend 45 minutes on it. Like, I actually want to see gameplay, and then we're going to get into this. The next thing after that is Dress to Kill from High. I can't even read this shit because the font. You know, they can't be bothered to make things legible on their website. Dress to Kill from High Fashion Dynamics Functions. Discover Starwear. Oh my God. An exciting new character focus specialization that let you define your identity and take on the challenges ahead, including the return of a legendary friend from Citizen Con's past. Whatever the fuck that means. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going beyond Pyro after that. But instead of just getting into this stuff, like I wouldn't have even been mad if they left the cosplay event for the end of the first day. You know what I'm saying? Cool. At the end of the first day, you have your cosplay event, but making this a part in the middle of nothing, in the middle of nothing that we've seen so far, it's like, it's crazy. It's the sandworm? Probably so. Oh, we're finally getting the sandworms. Eventually. Soon, TM. Sandworm soon. Including a 45-minute wait. Gotta pause them PowerPoints. They gotta go... Excuse me. They gotta go back and rehearse those lines. They're gonna go back and get a critique from Chris Roberts right now saying like, hey guys, you didn't do your lines very well. I'm like, they're not actors, they're fucking programmers. Let them be themselves. You know what I mean? Yeah, Game Changer time to uninstall Elite Dangerous. Yeah. I might actually start playing that. I don't know. I don't know. But this game is just... I don't know where we're going. And like all this orc stuff, all the orc stuff in the game is like, it's already toxic enough as it is. Now this orc stuff is going to get even more toxic. Now you're going to have these orgs having pissing contests, and in the game it's just going to be, it's going to be so toxic. I can already see it. I can already see it. And not having it in the game and having it kind of outside of the game, but also in the game, kind of like in this in-between state. Like, I'm going to make another bold statement and make another hot take. We're going to miss the days where there was no orc stuff in the game. Mark my words. If people are still playing this game whenever any of this stuff comes out, we're going to look back and we're be like, damn. I miss the days when the org stuff was not in the game because it kept a lot of that toxic shit out of it. You know what I'm saying? The toxic stuff still spills over, you know, here and there. But for the most part, when orgs fight, like, it doesn't spill over into the game. Now that this org stuff is going to be all over into like your Moby Glass and like all this stuff. Oh my God, bro. It's going to be... It's going to get wild. It's going to get wild. So be on the lookout. You know what I'm saying? Be on the lookout. And I can already see someone trying to make their tagline KKK or some dumb shit like that. You know, Buzzcut Psycho and the people that he runs with are probably going to be doing that kind of shit. So just mark my words. Mark my words. We're gonna miss this time period where this doesn't exist currently, and I'm gonna do my best to enjoy it. That's all I can say. And don't forget all the love to take over the zones and keep them for themselves. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy. You know what I'm saying? If you're just trying to be like a lone player and you go into an area that's being occupied by an org, and then, you know, they're gonna be super hard trying to role play. I'm just like, bro, I'm just trying to, you know, I'm just trying to do what I do. I'm trying to go pirate some people real quick. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I'm a PvE kind of player. While I have to tolerate piracy these days, it's hard to tell what people want from you. Can't be asked to cater to latent mental issues. Yeah, like the way that I pirate, it's just like I pirate, I take your shit, I'm gone. I'm not really there to fuck with you. The only time I fuck with people is like when I was making them into zombies. That was the only time I used to fuck with people, right? But I don't really do that shit anymore. I have only so many hours to spend on this, so why I like to play mostly my way. I understand that. And that's why I run with a small crew of like 2 to 3 people. 4 at max. Anytime you, it's like these organizational tools aren't going to solve the issues that you currently have in the game, right? If you played this game with any group of 10 people or more, trying to organize the comms and all that stuff, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. Trying to organize comms and trying to keep comms clear. You got multiple people having different conversations and talking over each other at the same time. It's absolutely insane to have that many people trying to talk at the same fucking time. Now, if they make it to where, you know, you can only hear the people talking in chat that are actually near you, then maybe that'll work. But if it's, you know, kind of how Discord works, where you can just hear everybody in your party chat no matter where the fuck they are, then that's going to get kind of weird. I generally just try to negotiate with the pirates. Yeah, I mean, negotiations do work. And sometimes, dude, like most of the time when I pirate, you can ask Benz this. Most of the time when I pirate people, I'll be like, dude, give me a credit. Give me 10 credits. Give me 100 credits. I don't really ask for anything outlandish. I'm just there for the player interaction. That's all I'm trying to get out of anybody at any given time. You know what I'm saying? Seal clubber magnet, yeah. You gotta leave the seals alone, man. I pretend to be new to fuck with people who want to fuck with new players. Yeah. Binge one time, so there's this guy, his name is John the Winners. He's really good at PvP. And one time, Binge convinced a bunch of people that John the Winners was an NPC. And Winner was out there fucking these people up, like, badly. It was so bad. It was good. I loved that. I loved every minute of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, so far, I mean, this CitizenCon for me has not been great. It's been mediocre. We're what, halfway through this presentation today, and we haven't seen any gameplay. And I think what little gameplay that we have left, they're going to save it for the end. You know, they're going to save it for the end. It's probably going to be some Squadron 42 stuff. You know? It only makes sense because UE Navy, Bengal carrier, you know? It only makes sense that that's what that's going to be. We got base building tomorrow. Captains of Industry and Stars My Destination. Star Citizen 1.0. I don't even know if I'm going to do this shit tomorrow. Tomorrow night. I might just watch it back on Monday morning. I would rather just sleep, to be honest with you. I would rather just sleep. If I miss something that's shocking, oh well, I could always watch it back at a later date. To me, it ain't that deep. I need to know what you guys are thinking right now, though. Like, so far about the CitizenCon. I think I've lost Canop completely. I think Canop's just passed out. I think the death by PowerPoint has really gotten to him at this point. I think what I'm gonna try to do next time, I'm actually trying to make it to where you can just call like a number, get like a digital phone line, that you guys can call and you can just talk on the stream. That way you don't have to like, you know, do Discord or something like that. If it's shocking, you'll have about 3 years to get caught up on it. Facts. Facts. I'm also going to be doing like, because you know, eventually they're going to put those videos on YouTube. So I will also be doing more reaction videos to the individual presentations, the ones that I find interesting, and not the entire presentations, but like mostly the end parts, and where they're trying to really wrap it all together and talk about different aspects of, you know, what they're trying to do. And to be clear, like, I'm not hating on the org tools, you know, I'm not hating on the org tools. I think the org tools are needed, but at the same time, I can also see where it goes wrong, because I understand this player base. There's already a cult-like mentality, right? And I already understand what people are going to do, you know? So when you can accurately predict behaviors, you know, you can try to navigate, you know, what's to come a little bit easier. Like, when it happens, it won't surprise you, pretty much. And I think that's what it's going to be. Like, what's going to happen isn't, like, to me, it's not going to surprise me when any of this stuff comes out. And, like, I don't understand, like, why our ships are prone to get hit by fucking lightning anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, shouldn't we have, like, a fucking grounding? Because don't planes get hit by lightning and they don't fucking fall out of the sky? Let me ask fucking Google, can a plane get hit by lightning and still continue flying? Yeah, so I just asked Google, like, if planes usually get hit, they usually continue flying. The last confirmed commercial plane crash attributed to lightning occurred in 1967. Look at this. I need to zoom that in for y'all because I got a big ass monitor. So you're telling me this, like, this is what we have to deal with in this game. They're showing us shit for like shock value, and then like I point these things out, and then like I start getting hate. We got super advanced spaceships from the 900 years in the future that can't get hit by lightning. Like, are you kidding me? So the lightning just goes straight through our shields. So like, if I know this, right, and I'm being realistic about it, and I know that the ships themselves are susceptible to lightning, why would I not just make lightning-based weapons, or figure out how to harness lightning, turning into a weapon, and start shooting people's ships with it? I mean, we have lightning fucking sniper rifles, so why couldn't I just make a lightning fucking railgun type weapon and shoot ships with it? You know what I'm saying? Chris comes from movie background, director, so if it looks cool, it has to be in the game. That's what we call it, the rule of cool. That's true. Well, I was a year old when it happened, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure, like, planes themselves, they're able to absorb it. They have, like, some type of grounding tool. I think it's the same thing that boats have. Like, when a boat gets hit by lightning, we have, like, these grounding things, like, on the boats that allow us to essentially ground the lightning. And I'm pretty sure planes have the same shit. But we don't have any way to ground our ships when we're flying through storms without fucking radars. I would have been more impressed by what they did if they had some type of fake weather radar and they just split through and, you know, they avoided the lightning. You know, like if they did it to where, like, okay, we saw that thing get hit, the plane, the roar get hit. It's like, fuck. Okay, now let me open up my weather radar, see where the storm is, find the sliver and a gap in the storm, and fly that way. But no, they did the most basic, boring, slow flying. He is trying to make a movie, not a video game. It is pretty clear. You know what I mean? But that's why, you know, like I'm making my notes, and I'm gonna do actual videos about this stuff and why none of it makes sense. You know what I mean? I'm prepared for the hate. I think I can handle it. You know, I'm the right guy to hate. A plane is a large Faraday cage. A tube, lightning just passes through the outside and continues onto the ground. Yeah. But not advanced spaceships 900 years in the future. They don't do that. That's, you know, that's not a thing 900 years in the future. You know, 900 years in the future, what happens to us is, it goes straight through your shields, hits your hull, and kills your aurora. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. It's insane. We're living in La La Land. Never watched this Wing Commander movie. Would probably be entertained by the infamous bulldozer scene. I probably need to watch it. Suffer through it. But not today, because this has already taken multiple hours of my life that I'll never get back. But I do it because I love you guys. You know what I'm saying? You know, the 14 people that come here and watch, you know, I love you guys. I really do. And I really appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with me. This is the non-shill stream. I think every other stream, they're just out shilling for CIG. If I was shilling right now, I'd probably have so many people in the chat. It's crazy. They literally take it down to the nuts and bolts of a plane, on a plane. Yeah, I don't know much about aircraft. I was on my military experience was on a boat, so, and we weren't an aircraft carrier. We were just a little destroyer. So I don't know much about aviation. But I do have Google, and I do know planes fly through lightning storms all the time, and they don't fucking crash. And they don't have fucking shields. When Marcus isn't playing SC, he punches himself in the dick on OnlyFans. People actually like that kind of shit. People do love a shield. If I was a shield, bro, I'd have so much money, bro. You know what I'm saying? Keeping it real actually sucks. It does. Keeping it real fucking sucks because nobody likes you. Nobody likes you and you don't make any fucking money. But guess what? I have integrity. You know, and I guess that's worth something, I guess. Apparently, integrity ain't worth shit because you don't get paid for having integrity. You get paid for not having any integrity. So integrity isn't worth anything. Ain't worth shit, bro. I told you, like, you get me up at these hours, you get a very different version of me. This is not how I usually am. When I'm sleep deprived and I feel like my time's being wasted. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. It is honest. It's honest work, and somebody's got to do it, right? You know, because I feel like most of the community is on one side. Like, the community on the most part is on one side, and it's not balanced. There's no balance in this community. There's no voice that speaks against the other side of it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it's healthy to have two sides of something. Leading everything to one side is very fucking unhealthy. Doesn't pay the bills, but I can't live with my decisions. That is true. It's very true. It's very, very true. I can live with it. At the end of the day, I can look at myself and say, I didn't shield for a fucking video game. Which is, these days, Good thing I can say. Man. Main. Honesty's moved to moderation. Yeah. If you're honest on spectrum, it gets moved to feedback, which is the graveyard. I hope we have weather radars. It's gonna be fun flying down to a planet, going to do a bounty. You have no weather radar, and you fly into a lightning storm. You fly into a lightning storm, and you fucking get killed because you don't know where the fuck the weather is. You know that. Guys, I might start playing Microsoft Flight Simulator. Just because, like, I'm starting not to be able to take this shit no more. The problem is people today are making financial decisions based on information that people paid to lie to them. Exactly. People are going to be like, oh, man, you see the lightning? I'm just like, bro. So you're telling me you made these spaceships that get shot by really hot lasers, and they have shields that resist getting shot by lasers, but lightning goes straight through it? Or it kind of sucks to be X-Plane. Hey, X-Plane was kind of good, though. I used to play it on my phone. That wasn't a bad game. X-Plane wasn't terrible. Or was it X-Plane? There was some game that used to simulate, like, plane disasters. That might have been X-Plane, right? I used to play that on my phone. One of my favorite ones was when your engines are all blown out and you have to, like, land the plane. So I basically would just, like, nosedive the plane and just glide it in. I was just looking on YouTube about Microsoft Flight 2024 last night, saying the same thing. It looks good. I'm gonna have to change, like, my sticks around a little bit to you know, to be more like, you know, an actual flight stick. But yeah, I could definitely do it. If I can figure out a way to use my VKBs exactly how they are without having to take out my my springs and stuff, I would for sure do it. Make my plane work exactly how fucking I fly in Star Citizen, I'd do it. Many Microsoft Flight Simulator still that they're trying to dupe users who don't have the knowledge or competency to see through Azobo's CIG like propaganda. Yeah. You know, Microsoft Flight Sim is not perfect, but I mean, at least, like, shit. It's a real game, at least. It's not a tech demo. You know, and it has pretty good modding support. I just want to swap out my left stick for a throttle. Yeah. I don't want my stick to be a throttle. I would prefer my pedals to be a throttle. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Which is the reason why I kind of wanted the Omni throttle on the left side, but I was just like, I'm gonna be flying with pedals anyways. I don't really need the Omni throttle. It looks cool though. It does look cool. Yeah, I just want to fly, you know, do some of those missions. They look like they have some pretty cool progression style missions in the game and stuff. It looks interesting. And it's more than just being flight simulators. Yeah. Yeah, but my thing is though, JT, is like I'm not really trying to fly it like an airplane. I'm just trying to play my way, you know. Like, I don't really care about the simulation aspect. I just like flying. and you can switch off your engines in Flight Simulator and Glide. Yeah. So there was one time in Star Citizen where I was really low on fuel, and I was like, oh, if I run out of fuel, I can just glide down, you know, to the pad, because I could physically see the pad. I could physically see the pad as I'm gliding down. I think I was flying on Daymar when this happened. And instead of my ship just gliding, I ran out of fuel. My ship just fell out of the fucking air. I'm just like, oh, so this is how this works, you know. And it didn't like glide and like fall down. It just like I ran out of fuel and just like nosedived right into the fucking ground. I use my sim racing pedals if I go on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I use my racing pedals in Star Citizen. They work great. I love it. I have dual Virpils and I have Logitech G29 pedals, and they work just fine. They work great. I love them. Though I do think that once I got my new PC, because I used to use the gas and the clutch pedal for Star Citizen, but somehow the clutch pedal doesn't work for Star Citizen anymore for some reason, so I have to use the gas and the brake, but it's still fine. Because I can essentially, like with the gas and the brake pedal, I can essentially fly my ship with one foot. I don't have to use both feet. So I can like literally put my left leg up on something, just like stretch out a little bit and just be chilling. And my right foot controls, you know, my forward and my forward thrust and my reverse thrust. So it's actually been pretty nice. It hasn't been nice to fly in master modes, of course, but the overall flight's been good. Flying with one pedal. I wish I would have done it earlier, when we had the previous flight model using just one foot. As he hasn't implemented flight surfaces yet, so no gliding. Yeah, but you can simulate gliding though. You can give each ship a glide angle. You know. If we can have magical tractor beams that lift 32-ton boxes, you know, we can simulate glide surfaces. We can simulate ship gliding. But they'll sell you a ship, Mabuto, but they can sell you a ship, you know, with no control surfaces, but tell you like, hey, we cut holes out of the ship so it turns and it flies better. Okay. I use my Virpil rudder pedals for forward and back and side to side and side strafe. Yeah. Having actual flight pedals does give you a lot more control though, I will say. If you had gliding in Star Citizen, you can switch off your engines and fly down and get really, really close to and switch to everything and backdrop your bomb and be out of there. Yeah. In fact, if we had gliding in Star Citizen, I could glide down, drop a bomb faster than I could actually flying with my thrusters. You know, that's how crazy that is. That's how crazy that sounds. You know what I'm saying? You know, it is kind of hard to roll and to aim with one hand. I will admit that, but you know, I don't have pedals. Maybe one day I'll get pedals, but you know, right now I don't really feel like I need it, and I don't feel like the game combat's in the place to where I feel like the skill ceiling will require it. You know what I mean? Because the skill ceiling right now is just knowing, okay, how to DPS race. And earlier, you guys saw, if you were watching my stream previous to this one before my internet went out, I figured out a way to glitch the Hornet to max out everything. You can max out your weapons, you can max out your engines, you can max out your shields, and you could max out everything. There was some glitch. I need to go back and watch and see how I did that. That way I can, you know, keep repeating that. and fly with a broken ship that has maxed out everything at the same time. They demonstrated on the MSR where she avoids the missile and then you become invisible on radar, no EMP. I roll, strafe, up and down on the left stick. Yeah, my left stick is my side strafes, up, down, and roll. And my right stick pretty much just controls my aim, my pitch. It's a really nice config. I've been learning to fly without ESP, and the ESP off gives you so much more deflection. I wish I would have figured that out sooner. Because I remember getting to fights and seeing people fight in Arena Commander, and I would see them being able to peel off of getting shot. I'm like, how are they moving slightly off and creating these slight deflection angles? And then you realize, you know, they're doing that because they're able to do that because they're not using ESP. When you have ESP on, it literally makes your ship move slower. You know, I don't like flying without ESP. I mean, it's great for like aiming and stuff, but actual like flight movement, the ESP is like, I feel like is really bad. I feel like the ESP is really, really bad. And in fact, if I would have learned to fly without ESP in a previous flight model, I'd probably be a much better pilot than I am right now, to be honest. So basically, I only have ESP on when I pull my trigger. Anytime that I shoot, my ESP turns on so I can have a smooth lock on the target. And I like these sticks so much that, you know, I was actually going to buy Verpals and then give these away, but I'm just like, I don't feel like I need to upgrade any of my hardware. Another 15-minute break. Wow. I don't feel like I need to upgrade any more of my hardware because like the game doesn't really require it. Like I probably can get good with keyboard and mouse now if I really needed to. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think I would ever go back to flying keyboard and mouse, to be honest. Can we just get on with this shit already? A 45-minute fucking 45-minute cosplay contest. Ridiculous. Good lord. Yeah, I use VKBs. But the Verpals are nice because they're metal. I really want a set of Verpals. But I'm just like, I don't need it. It's kind of a waste of money at this point. Unless we get another space game that's like high fidelity and, you know, that's better than this. But from what I can see, it's unlikely. For the Stars looks good though. It looks pretty promising. I would play No Man's Sky, but like I want to fly with my sticks. That's the reason I bought them. That's the reason I don't play that game in particular, is because like you can't fly with sticks. It's all controller. Yeah, prime grips. I do want to get new bases for my VKBs though. My bases are really big, and I want to get new mounts too. But this is why the Master Mode strategy will fail new players on keyboard and mouse are no match for the HOTAS and HOSAS players. Mabuto, like, that's not necessarily true. Some of the best pilots are keyboard and mouse that I've seen. You know? Especially in the previous flight model, some of the best ones were, because you can't, there's like, even with ESP off, there's no way that you're going to outmaneuver a mouse. You know, a mouse is always going to be faster. A mouse is always going to have a faster input than a stick. A stick's going to give you more control. It's going to give you more precise movement. But when it comes like for aiming, like you're never going to beat a mouse. Rebels look great, but compared to the VKBs that work the extra cost, not really. The Ripple is like a prestige thing. It's a prestige thing. I mean, if you have the money, I would say, you know, just go directly to the Virples if you have the money. But if you don't really have the money to spend, like, the Virples will do just fine. The only thing I don't like about the Virples is, like, the bases on the bottom, where the base screws into the rest of the bottom plate. I'm talking about specifically the bottom plate. The screws are so small and they're easy to strip, and I stripped all 4 of them on my left stick. So my left stick, like, I put the screws in, and then I have tape covering the screws so they don't fall out. That's the only thing that bad thing I would say about the Virples. Or the VKBs, I mean. Yeah, I don't have a full sim rig. I might build one of these days, but we'll see. I'm gonna grab something to drink and take a bathroom break. I'll be right back, guys. I got the SimLab Evo rig. It's great, lower cost. I got it on sale for like $240. Nice. I would like a rig. A rig would be nice. I would like a rig that I can do sim racing and flight stuff in. A multi-purpose rig would be great. One day, though. Sorry, I'm just replying to some comments right now. Can we just get on with the show, please? Man, that dude started me on a fucking 45-minute rant, damn near. TR8 Pro looks great, looks nice. I felt like the Evo patch they put out today was better than the actual live patch. It was I was watching people play it, and I saw how it was. You know, they still had server errors and stuff, but for the most part, it was pretty smooth. You know, things weren't jank like they are in fucking live. You know, and they should have put out that tech preview to us all. I like my Tobii eye tracker, but one of the things that I'm having a really hard time with is the mounts. Like the adhesive, like the adhesive is not very good, and it just like always winds up sagging off my monitor. So right now, I'd even have like my Tobii on my actual monitor. My Tobii's actually sitting on my soundbar, and while you would think that because it's much lower than my face, that it wouldn't pick up like my head movements, but it actually does it quite well. So it's like, it's a good thing that it can actually pick up your face when it's not actually centered. So that's good about the Tobii, but their mounts suck. I got a keyboard and mouse pad accessory, the flight stick accessory. Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying now, Neo. Bro, how much you want to bet they sell the bingo carry today? They're going to put like, yeah, we're going to put the bingo carry on sale. First guy to get it wins. then will they use FOMO to limit their availability? Of course they will, JT. FOMO is their number one marketing strategy. My goodness, can we just get... Okay, we got 30 seconds. Finally. Some fucking progress. Should have taken a nap. Should have taken like a 45-minute nap here in the chair. My goodness. I just don't add any money. I haven't added any money either.
I'm on TV.
Yeah, I speak French.
Parlez-vous français?
Je parle français.
That's all I got. I'm gonna do fromage. All right. Thanks, man. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Like I said, we added an extra 15 minutes to that to get us on schedule and stuff, because that 5:30 thing has to be like right at 5:30. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. We are back in Hall B, which is what we colloquially refer to as the UEE Barbary. This is our Bengal hangar here. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Do a spin around. People see me enough. No. Show
Sir.
there we go. Look at all those people. Say hi,
The so
everybody.
girls there.
You're on YouTube. My understanding
Actually,
is that if you're
Twitch.
on YouTube, it automatically makes you a better person. All right. So we're going to take another walk.
Are they streaming this on YouTube as well?
At the beginning of the show, we're going to explore the hangar area
Let me see.
of the UES Barbary. We're going to start over
They're
here.
streaming on YouTube. I'm
We
gonna
made your
switch to
way
that.
Before, but we're going to take a look at
So I
this
can
big
actually,
guy. Excuse me, everybody. Old man hobbling. Yes, were you going to... No, I'm on... Oh, wait, what do you want? What's going on? What's going on? All right, that's cool. Let's go do this. All right, we are going to this thing. Now, this is the Hornet F7A made by our partners at Mango Stone. It is fantastic. Hey, let's do another tour of the hangar, of the Hornet here, and I'll talk a little bit about it.
They are doing this on
We're going to
YouTube.
start over here. We made you wait before, but we're going to take a look at this big guy. Excuse me, everybody. Old man hobbling. Yes, were you going to... No, I'm on... Oh, wait, what do you want? What's going on? What's going on? All right, that's cool. Let's go do this. All right, we are going to this thing. Now, this is the Hornet F7A made by our partners at Mango Stone. It is fantastic. Hey, let's do another tour of the hangar, of the Hornet here, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Show the people. Show the people the magic. So, Mango Stone is a company down in the south of England. They've been doing all kinds
looks better
of
on
stuff
YouTube.
for us. When we reveal the Manchester office, you know, everybody knows we moved into the new Manchester studio about two and a half years
Because
ago.
fuck Twitch.
Mango Stone helped decorate a whole big part of it. They've done a number of mannequins and armor sets for us and helmets.
'Cause
and
YouTube,
including 3 major ship
I can
models.
actually
Nothing
pause it
this
and
size,
rewind.
But they helped decorate the office, and when it came time for CitizenCon, we were like, you know how CIG is. It's like, do you think we could do a Hornet? And we're like, yeah, we could probably do a Hornet. We could do a Hornet. And then we found out how big it is.
I mean,
Do you
backers
know
have a
the
decision to make.
Hornet in-game, like the actual in-game measurements,
Abandoning the
are
project or meet
75
CIG's financial
feet by
needs, I choose to
75 feet as a perfect
buy
square.
subscription.
That
I
thing is
hope
huge.
more
This
people
guy
do
here
this so the
is
company
50 feet by
stops
50
relying
feet,
on
still
ship
the same
sales.
size as an F-16.
That's fair, Mabuto.
Yeah, the Hornet in game
I ain't
is
trying to
very
shit
big.
down.
And Nate Dearsley, hold on. If you're watching, Nate, if you didn't make the Hornet so big, you wouldn't have had to make the Bengal so big. All right, let's keep looking. So this thing is pretty cool. Mango Stone is one of our trusted partners here. They've done all kinds of work for us. I asked them what we were going to do with the Hornet after CitizenCon, and we've got a lot of ideas.
It's going to be in this Manchester office.
Let's just say that CitizenCon this year will not be the last you see of this amazing 50 by 50 by, I forgot how tall it is. It's probably more than 3 or 4 feet. I like the lighting effect. Look at this gun. Let's go look at the. Who knows what gun this is? I mean, obviously it's Apocalypse Arms, but what model is it? Remnant? This is the Remnant? Oh yeah. Now, one of the things Mango Stone is known for is making weapon props for major motion pictures. One of the
Of course, they
movies that you
made
might have seen their stuff
major
from
motion
is The Force
pictures.
Awakens, where they made a lot of the Stormtrooper armor and all their weapons in kit for that movie.
I would actually do a subscription if they decide to actually do a game content. Yeah, I think a lot of people would.
See how really cool this thing looks.
I think if they just charged, a $15 subscription, stop relying on chip sales, I think the game would be in a much better place.
Look, Mom, I'm getting in trouble. Let me go through here. Maybe go under this thing. I am making Tyler Wicken very nervous right now. I'm going to go under this thing. I may not be able to run, but I can still get low. Hey, where's my camera? Can you still see me? Where'd he go? Oh, he went the long way. I thought I was going to outsmart you. All right, so we're going to check out the rest of Hall B. Follow me this way. These are the Stars. Hi, Star Citizens. Where are you from? From Florida? Where in Florida?
It was Tampa area.
Tampa?
Yeah.
You got a season pass to Disney?
No. We used to. Yeah,
Used to.
we got flooded out.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Where are you from?
But if more revenue came from the subscriptions, then maybe it would be used to fund the project. Maybe.
Hey! Oh my gosh, embarrassing. We wore the same thing.
It's a fucking furry.
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Wow, what brought you here? It wasn't a trick question. I was just setting you up. It's all right. I haven't slept in about 3 days, so I'm like, what the heck?
It's a furry. Don't ask.
No. I haven't slept in 3 days. Is this thing really here? You're seeing this too, right? All right. Ratty, what's your deal?
Right now, the profit,
You're like a
the profit
technician?
motive around chip sales,
All right.
and
Hornet technician, I'm guessing?
I can't read it. Haven't slept.
I'm thinking about doing something really dumb right now. No, I want to be able to come to work on Monday. Thanks for being
Yeah, it's
here,
a double-edged. It's a double-edged sword. I see what you guys are saying here.
Rats are carriers of communicable diseases, so that's all right. What? Who said hey, Jared? You said hey, Jared. I did. Oh, you said hey, Jared. What's going on?
I wanted to give you this.
Want to give me something? Oh. So one of the great things about being here at CitizenCon is people hand me all manner of stuff. And then it goes in my pocket, and then it goes in the back, and by the end of the weekend, I have an entire bag full of stuff. And which is not so bad when you live here in the UK. When you have to travel back across the world and you have a bag full of weird metal trinkets, TSA really loves that. But thank you. This is a challenge coin. Challenge coins are a staple of the Star Citizen community. How many orgs here have their own challenge coins? That's not an org one. Yeah. It's 1, 2, 3.
He said,
four,
that's my
five,
personal
seven.
coin.
This is a what coin? U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on.
That's a command coin.
I'm getting older. I got to say without this. So, United States Army Aviation. Nice. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You got your M1A jacket, too. Yeah. I like yours.
Yeah, it's just a normal flight jacket.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling right now, so yeah.
They're having audio issues. Is he talking? Because I can't hear him. Yeah. Their audio went out. He has no audio. Nope, that mic's not working either.
You suck.
Everything just feels fake.
Hello? Are we on?
Everything just feels fake. I just found out my mate's there, so now I have to look out for him. Yeah.
All right, we're back. Paul A, cheer for me.
They could have called it Hangar A. It's kind of a big miss.
Pretty good without any major issues. And then I saw those Reddit, those bingo cards show up on Reddit, and like the first square was technical issues, and I was like, no, we haven't had technical issues on one of these in a long time. Then this happens. Oh.
Again, audio went out. That looks disgusting, whatever that is. Looks like someone took a shit. It's like that Reddit dung. Audios went out again. Even their presentation has bugs.
Hello everyone, welcome
Hello.
back to CitizenCon. Here we are in the Addison Lounge. And thank you, Jared, for handing over. I think we lost you for a second there, Jared, from your voice. Thank goodness, is all I have to say. So, here we are in the Addison Lounge, where we'll find all sorts of...
I'm sorry, bro. To anybody from the UK, I'm sorry. I've been up all night. I can't be held responsible for my own actions.
Why, hello, Benoit. How are you doing today?
So?
Nice to see you here. Awesome. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you, Benoit. You've had 2 amazing presentations already this morning. How are you feeling about the next ones?
You're in an interview. Put your phone away, you weirdo.
As hell. For everything that's left at SitCon, I think everything is chef's kiss.
Beautiful. Are there any highlights from this morning? Any main takeaways from...
Hey, Ben, they should have called you up for the audio. Get the audio right.
Stress level.
You're doing a good job, man.
Thank you.
You're doing great, too.
Sir?
He is the man. So, highlights. Well, I mean, now that my stress level is down, I think both presentations were just stellar. I'm really happy with how it went, and I'm especially very proud of the teams that have shown content today, either being in the
She belongs to the streets.
or in the Star Engine Brave New Worlds panel. I think the teams have been working like crazy. They deserve a hand. Let's go, guys. Let's give it up for the teams from the first 2 panels. They were outstanding and have really given it their all.
I don't have a filter right now because I'm sleep deprived.
I can't really call a highlight, you know? I can't play any favorites. But damn, that Zeus exit was wow.
Yeah.
Sir?
Thank you to everyone who worked so hard on all the presentations today. So, as we mentioned, today's pretty stacked already. We've got a lot more to come. But how does this CitizenCon here in Manchester compare to years previous?
I couldn't believe we could do a bigger CitizenCon last year, and this one's one bigger. And so it's absolutely fantastic. It's also great to have the biggest office right next to the venue. Last year was really like complicated logistic-wise, right? To get everybody on the same page, flying people over. Now everybody's on site. It's been fantastic. We brought the crews from these other studios in, but overall having everybody here has been great. Plus, I mean, look at this. We have a almost full-size Hornet in the place. This is absolutely incredible. I couldn't believe we were actually doing it when I actually heard about it. And seeing it for real is just completely like mind-blowing. And I just want to sit in it.
Australian? I don't know what she is.
Even I'm not allowed to sit in it.
Damn. So,
Sir?
does that mean next year's CitizenCon could feature a whole C in Quebec?
Oh my God, that's the #1 question I get all the time is, when are we going to get a CitizenCon in Montreal? I don't know, but I would love a Hull C or a Zeus, maybe. Maybe Zeus would be absolutely fantastic.
What I do in the Navy, I just did network administration. Not very well.
Tons of people that worked on it at CIG throughout. but this is really the first ship that is completely done from the Montreal team, and so I feel especially privileged to have, put it in the video and then released it in this patch. It's an absolute fantastic ship, so I'm super happy.
I made email accounts. That's what I did in the Navy.
I have a question I'd like to ask Benoit.
Yeah.
When are we going to be able to watch CitizenCon and ISC and everything in game?
Is that a feature request, sir?
It is a feature request.
No, it's not.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not going to give you dates. We're definitely going to put that feature request to the test and see if CR approves it. We'll see.
We'll put it with all the other feature requests in the bin.
That's right. No.
Sir.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Benoit. Wonderful to chat. We're going to throw over to Dan. Thanks very much, guys. Catch us after the break.
See you guys around.
You're IT in the Army? Probably did a lot more than I did.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Benoit. Awesome, guys. Welcome back to the Interstitial Hall. The Interstitial, where we are back in the hall here at CitizenCon 29.
So no driving, no use the big
A
guns.
little bit of housekeeping. We just have to give a quick
Yeah, my job was
shout-out
boring.
to
I
our
worked in an
sponsor,
office.
Versa, who helped make CitizenCon possible this year.
Never
Thank you,
touched
Versa, for
any
all you
network
do to help
equipment
make
my entire
Citizen
career.
and CitizenCon
Well,
possible.
a few times.
We also misnamed Scan Computers a Scan PC. Sometimes when you're running around with people talking in your ear and things you have to do, you mix up names. So thank you guys for being awesome sponsors and helping make CitizenCon possible. Now, I was told specifically to avoid talking about that because Jared just did that, so we're going to gloss over the Hornets. So come, follow me. We have some awesome stuff here on the show floor at CitizenCon. We are so happy to have you guys back in Manchester, and we hope you guys are having an awesome show. Now, if you guys haven't been here yet,
Yeah, there was other ITs that actually did cool shit.
Everyone
Like,
say hi.
we have these other ITs at EOD, and they did all the comm shit.
There's a ton of stuff, but first I want to throw it over to my
I did none of that. I made
friend
email
Galactica.
accounts.
We
That was
have
my
a comedy
job.
competition brought to you by Toby.
And doing trouble
So I'm gonna
tickets.
throw it over to Galactica. I think we have some pretty cool costumes to show you guys. So Galactica, take it away.
Greetings, citizens. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break. How many of you guys had some torpedo burritos? Okay, and how many of you had some Big Bennies? All right, clearly we know what the crowd favorite is. Well, welcome to the
I turned open
2954
field into
cosplay
network, airfield, or
competition by
tactical
Toby
operation
Gaming.
into
For
talks.
those of you who don't know me, I am
Yeah, you had a
Galactica,
real
a
job.
senior
I
social media
didn't. My
manager.
job sucked.
And I run all of our socials for all things Star Citizen and CIG. And joining me on stage, we have our lovely judges, starting with lead character tech artist Armando. And up next, we have principal tech artist Forrest. And last,
Yeah, you guys had real jobs. I didn't have a real job.
our judges today will be judging contestants based on creativity, stage presence, quality of craftsmanship, and
I feel like this is about to be some type of fucking drag queen show.
This year, we're doing things a little bit different. Previously, we did a first, second, and third place. However, instead of doing that,
Nope.
This year we're going to be rewarding people based on the following categories.
I didn't have any quals.
Best in show,
I was what they call a quad zero.
best performance, and for our fourth one, you guys get to decide because we're doing audience favorite. So, this year for our prizes.
Yeah, they're real jobs. You do a lot with a lot of real bullshit.
Who here has ever heard of a Toby eye tracker? Quite a bit of you. Okay. And how many of you guys have actually used one before?
Oh, we're giving one away. Okay, great.
So if you're not familiar with the Tobii eye tracker, it is the only device that is
Yeah, I
capable
did a
of
lot of
tracking
that too.
both head and eye
I was the
movements,
best damn janitor you ever seen in your fucking life, bro.
Citizen immersion to the next level through effortlessly following your targets, locking on with just a glance, bringing your character's facial animations to life, and more. So, now for the prizes. Our Best in Show winner will receive a Tobii eye tracker 5 complete
so predictable.
with an accessory bundle, which includes a mounting kit, carrying case, and a tripod bracket. All of our other winners will also receive a Tobii eye tracker
Somebody
5.
please come
and
save
they
me
don't know this
from
yet,
this
and
shit.
I'm announcing this on stage, but all of our
I can't do this the second day.
will also receive
I
an
can't.
RSI Zeus MK2
I can't do this the second day. I really
with
can't.
LTI and a game package.
I will start losing my hair if I do this the second day. This is the last day
Are you guys ready to see our
that I will watch Citizen Con live. Promising myself this.
Awesome. Contestants,
Tonight,
let's get the show
I'm going to sleep the entire night through and not think about anything related to CIG. Promise myself this. I have wonderful hair, and I would love to keep it. I would love to keep it.
Shiley, I'm gonna have you stand right here. All right, and our second contestant today is Hydrosa, who is cosplaying as an
Dude, one time we had the civilian that worked in my building, and he kind of had he was older. He kind of had gassy issue problems, and his office always smelled like farts. He couldn't control his he couldn't control his butt cheeks. His name was Mr. Northrup. Why the fuck do I remember this guy's name? This is from 2008, by the way. 2009. 2009. Mr. Northrup, one day, is trying his best to get to the bathroom. He's really trying his best to get to the bathroom. He's looking at us, and he has a look of worry on his face. And we could hear him farting. Because, a lot of times, he tries to not pass his gas around other people. You know what I'm saying? And he has a look of worry and despair on his face. And he's farting. And he's trying to make it to the bathroom, right? He made it to the bathroom. However, his shit did not make it into the toilet. It was around the toilet. It was on the toilet. But it was not in the toilet. And guess who? Little lonely E2 had to go pick up and clean the shit.
I love it.
Guess who had to clean the shit? Anybody want to take a wild guess on who had to clean this fucking shit up? Anybody want to take a wild shot in the dark at this? If you didn't know, it was me. I had to clean the shit. And I'm just like, why do I have to clean the shit? And they're like, because we're telling you to clean the shit. But I'm just like, I didn't make the shit. I didn't make it. It's literally not my shit. Why can't this grown man clean his own shit? It was the most fucked up thing that I had to do in the military.
Just making sure you can
I,
that thing, okay?
to say the least, was not fucking happy that I had to literally clean another grown man shit. It rolled downhill on me that day. And I, looking at my fucking lead petty officer, I wanted to punch that bitch in the face. I never wanted to hit a woman so bad in my fucking life. When she told me to go clean that shit, my fist was balled up. And I'm looking at her, I'm like, bitch, I will beat your motherfucking ass. But I can't say it to you. Because if I do, I'm going to NJP. And I was thinking about NJP will be better than cleaning up this fucking shit. Jesus fucking Christ.
Come take a closer look, ask questions, and let me know when you're ready to...
We didn't have fucking cleaners. We were the cleaners. Everybody else had cleaners. We were the only motherfuckers on the entire fucking base that didn't have cleaners when we had other civilians that worked in our building. Like, we have civilians that work in our building, but we can't get civilian fucking cleaners. I used to hate having to go vacuum this man's office smelling like fucking straight ass every fucking day. We have to clean, like, oh, it's time to go. Make sure you vacuum the office before you leave. Had to go to Mr. Northrop's smelly ass office smelling like fucking shit all the fucking time.
Oh, yeah. This is great. The mining outfit.
Jesus Christ. Telling shit stories during CitizenCon when we should be looking at fucking gameplay. We should be looking at gameplay, but I'm telling you a shit story instead.
Let's see, can you turn around for us? Yeah.
Because there's nothing to fucking see here.
Reflective shader on you? Huh.
Telling you
All right. Very cool. How many followers do you have?
somebody came on stage with a fucking suitcase and a Pico, and that's a costume. You look like you're going to fucking shop at the grocery store with that outfit on.
Look at this.
He is probably why. They all quit. They're like, we're not cleaning up this old man shit no more.
But
smelly ass motherfucker.
good. But I feel like we can. Yeah. This is impressive.
We got Jared Leto's cousin up here.
Wow. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I wear when I'm playing. Nice. Oof. Will you stop squeaking for a second? I'm trying to concentrate.
Always ready.
All right. Very good. Very good. Very nice. Okay. Look. Wow.
This shouldn't take 10 fucking minutes. Just pick the guy on the end with the fucking the new armor shit on. Or pick the guy that has the Mandalorian armor on, and let's call it a fucking day. We don't need to waste 45 minutes on this fucking shit right here, man. Do we need to see this shit? Let's be honest. We got a trash bag Pico. We got a man on his knees and a snowboard with a party cone on his head. We got a lady with a suitcase. Do we need to judge this stuff? Really? This could have waited. Just give it to this guy.
Fantastic.
And let's just be done with it.
All right.
You know?
You gonna give that out?
Cool. How great we're all day.
Okay.
Can we get on with this now? Are we done? I can't tell any more stories.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
At the very least,
Are you good to turn your mics off?
next year, we got to have CitizenCon in fucking Tokyo. You know why we need to have it in Tokyo? Because they take cosplay seriously. You know? At the very least, the very least, I know there might be some women watching. Okay, there may be one watching. But at least, if you go to Japan and you get people cosplaying, there will at least be beautiful women to look at. But we don't even have that in Star Citizen. Couldn't Chris Roberts have paid some person to actually look good on stage? $700 million. We have to look at these people. I'm not trying to shame these people. But if I'm going to sit here and waste my time looking at costumes, at least let me look at somebody that's fucking hot. At the very fucking least. At the very least. We get Jared Leto's cousin. And the lady from the shopping mall that sells suitcases. Just give it to the fucking Dusters guy. Dusters guy, you win. Mandalorian guy, you get second place. The rest of you, get the fuck out of here. I was in the infantry for a time where soldiers held their farts until they were in an enclosed space with a lot of people. Yeah, you probably need a fucking gas mask for that shit. Literally. At least you don't have to clean up shit. Unless you have to make latrines when you're in the field. But I would rather make latrines in the field than clip an old man's fucking shit because he can't control his own asshole. Audience is dead. I thought the UK had the best crowds.
You know what? I do not regret this decision. Thank y'all. All right, judges, how are we looking? You need more time?
This shouldn't take long.
You guys are good?
At this point, they're just stalling for time.
Starting with our best in show, Forrest, let us know.
Oh yeah, that smelled like swamp booty and diarrhea. I'm sure of it.
What's a best in show winner? But there can only be one.
No, there are no participation trophies here.
The Xi'an diplomat.
That guy won? Okay. I'm not mad at that.
All right, Armando, can you tell us who is our best performance winner?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, man.
It's not difficult. Give it to the Duster.
Pico.
Oh, that's bullshit. It's a trash bag. It's a trash bag. It's a hefty fucking bag.
Most creative.
Duster.
Burritos in armor that good a quality is the most creative. So it's Garmin Humble, guys.
Awesome. All right, so for you guys are all right next to each other. Okay, if we can have you guys step forward.
The Dusters guy didn't win? That's way more fucking elaborate.
You as well. Oh, you might need help. That's okay.
They can't even judge costumes right. The Dusters guy didn't win anything? Robbery.
Now we have to decide our audience favorite.
Dusters.
So let's do this. We're going to come over here with our judges. And we're
We have to put up.
one by one.
We had Pup 10s where the contest was to see who could make their other one.
Can give our contestants to find out who is going to win.
I don't.
All right, so let's give it up for Duster.
I believe that you actually did that.
That's a lot of hype.
If the Pico wins, it's a setup.
All right, and next, let's give it up for Pico.
I'm mad that guy didn't win. The guy in the fucking pyro outfit.
All right, and then we have Mondo.
No. Boo. Boo.
All right, and now we have our minor. And our advocacy agent.
Come on, don't salute like that. Don't ever do that again.
And last, our pyro bounty hunter.
Jared Leto's cousin. Which Jared Leto?
All right, judges. Let me come back over here. This is a very long stage. Who are we thinking?
That guy should have won. The guy on the end. Many turned down the salad before dinner opting for the baked beans instead. I can imagine. He should have won the competition. Judges are fucking blind. No wonder the CIG has poor fucking game design. It's super fucking stupid. Like they could have waited for this. This didn't need to be right now in the middle of the presentation. Like it's been, how long have we been on here? I don't even know. My other stream was 2 hours. This one is 4 hours. This is 6 hours long. So 6 hours, and we've seen zero fucking gameplay.
Here, can you hold that?
Get him off stage.
I can hold it for you. Here, I'm gonna turn it this way. Here you go. There you go.
Oh, so they have to put the product placement on there correctly.
All right, and then we got one more. Here we go. All right, let's give it up to our winners. All right, thank you, Toby, so much for supplying the prizes. As I mentioned before, all of our contestants will be getting an RSI Zeus. And all of our contestants, if you don't mind coming together so we can all get a picture together.
It's not even fluff. This is just the void. This is the abyss. The Duster should have won. I agree, M. Anderson.
For the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby.
Gotta take a piss. I'm drinking so much liquid.
Sorry.
Oh, God. Finally, we get onto something else. Some more PowerPoints. I'll be back. Maybe. Maybe I'll just keep the fucking stream going and never fucking return.
In a world where the Vandul have attacked, one ship will make it so that the lives lost will be avenged. That's right, the UEE Retribution is here at CitizenCon 2954. I have the creators of this amazing model. We have Pigeon Spaceport here. You guys have done an amazing job creating an awesome thing. Is there anything you guys would like to quickly say before we get into questions?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you guys so much. I quickly ran down here, so I forgot to grab my note cards. Let me do this off my phone. Quick question. How many total pieces is the UEE Retribution? Yeah.
About when the 3D printing finish for the Retribution is around 300 in total. 300 pieces.
300 pieces. That is a lot of pieces for, I mean, it's a big ship, so that definitely makes sense. How many people worked on creating the UEE Retribution?
一共有多少人在工作去完成这个惩戒的模型？
有15个人左右，然后我们所有的团队成员都几乎为他参与过工作。
So it is around 15 people, and almost everyone in the crew have worked on for the Retribution model.
I have to be honest with you.
15 or 50?
15.
Still a lot of people. That's still a lot of people.
If I had a choice.
There's a lot of detail in here, so that makes sense. Can you briefly explain the process between taking the concept of the Retribution and then making...
Oh my God. I'm going to be honest with you guys. If I had a choice, drink 3 gallons of tap water from Mexico for a week straight, or watch another cosplay contest at CitizenCon, do you know what I'm choosing? Give me that Mexico tap water. Just give it to me. I'm gonna chug it. I'm gonna chug 3 gallons of that shit a day for a week before I watch another fucking cosplay contest at CitizenCon ever again.
Amazing, guys. And one last quick question before we just kind of stare at this amazing ship. What's your favorite detail of the ship?
Yeah, they probably charged him. They're like, "Oh yeah, you made this ship for us. Congratulations, we'll be keeping that." I mean, I'm not trying to be racist, but he is Chinese. He probably did make the shit on his own. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna hold you. I think he might have made that shit on his own. I seen them motherfuckers make some shit on YouTube, bro.
This thing is amazing. It is massive. It's probably over, I would say, 10 feet long. This thing is huge. It's been at previous bar citizens that we've had in Asia. It's awesome to have it here at CitizenCon. We're really, really happy that this thing made it to Manchester. It is so much detail in such a small amount of space.
That is pretty impressive. Now they're speaking Chinese. Is that Port Olisar?
We have an amazing model of everyone's favorite Port Olisar right here, near and dear to my heart. Many a year have I spent easily.
He said 15 built it. Well, I don't speak Chinese. Goddamn.
Getting rammed off of my pads by unruly and griefers. So I have a couple more questions for you guys about this build, if that's okay. What's
I miss Port Olisar so much.
made out of?
奥丽莎它主要的结构是由3D 打印所制作，但是在其中有我们
Yeah, I'll turn up a little bit more. It's really loud in my ears though. Hold on.
So mainly the Port Olisar is made by 3D printing, basically the resin, and we also add the main metal structure to make it more solid.
Wow, that's really cool. So do you know roughly how much does it weigh?
你知道它大概有多重吗？
大概在700公斤左右。
So it's roughly around 700 kilograms.
Wow, that must have been a challenge to get over here to this country. So when you were building this, what would you say was the most difficult part of putting this build together?
在制作的过程中，哪个部分是最困难的？
是停机坪区域，停机坪区域中的就是停机坪表面。
Guys, I'm trying not to laugh, guys. I'm trying. I'm not doing a very good job.
So it's a landing pad area. So on the surface of the landing pad, by the scale we are using to make for the Olisar, we have to make it not bending with like just a few millimeter to make it still solid.
I don't. Probably years.
这个停机坪的下部也是个非常大挑战，因为下部有非常多的结构交叉在一起，这对于我们建模的工作量来说是个非常。
It's impressive as fuck, though. I'm not gonna lie,
man.
man.
Parts of the landing pad because there's so many structural intersections. They're so complex, so it was really hard for us to modeling.
They probably did pay for
I
it.
can imagine. It is a really interesting kind of station, and I'm sure everybody was just as sad as I was to see it go. do you hope to see Port Olisar return to the verse someday?
所以你会期待奥丽莎的回归吗？
Everybody's cheering for that.
真的吗？比如说奥丽莎有可能回归的，那当然啊，肯定的，那太好啊。
So yes, really. So if the Olisa actually will come back, it would be so good
Probably
and
so,
exciting
Neo.
to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I hope so too.
That thing is fucking nice.
too.
I actually like the Port
Right.
Olisar more than I like the
Thank you guys
ship.
for talking about these. That was the amazing Pigeon Spaceport, guys. Do check them out online. Their stuff is absolutely amazing. I'm going to now pass over to my buddy, Dan, who is hanging out with the merch stand guys to show off some of the really cool stuff that we have here at CitizenCon. Over to you, Dan.
Oh, hi.
Oh.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. I know, I just come out of nowhere.
He just
come
keeps
follow
doing
me, guys.
this.
Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. We're so lucky to have them, and they're awesome. bids
Right, this
here
is the
at
most interesting thing
CitizenCon
at CitizenCon so
2954.
far.
I think it's time for you guys to see a bit of where I get my fashion from. So come follow me, guys. Come follow me this way.
They'd probably give him a
Make our way
fucking
through the
Zeus
crowd.
for it.
Let's get in line for the merch booth. Yeah, that's a
Bro,
long
those
line.
are red
I don't
cameras.
think I want to wait in that line.
Wait a minute, are those red
luckily
cameras?
I have the CIG access pass. Come follow me. We get to skip the line. Just a little secret for me and my many thousands of friends who are watching the stream. Come follow me this way. Right this way, right this way. Man, all these people are very excited for merch, and as they should be. 'Cause
Oh,
we have
those
some
aren't
awesome merch
reds.
here at CitizenCon 2954. If you
But I
guys
know those
haven't
cameras
seen
they're using,
some,
those are
you can go
expensive ass
onto
cameras.
robertsbridgeindustries.com/merch. And that should probably take you there. If not, you'll find it on the pledge store. But we have some awesome merch. Let's take a look. At the top, we have some brand new Pico the Penguin plushies. This Pico is Pico with an attitude. This is our Pico Black Ice plushie. This Pico has a new stepdad and feels a way about it. We are very excited to bring Pico back. We have a brand new Star Citizen cap. We have some awesome, see if you can get those stickers on the other side. I don't know if you are able to get that. We also have a pin set on the far bit there. We have a brand new desk mat, which looks awesome. Look at that desk mat. We also have some awesome physical merch. See if I can squeeze past in here. I am absolutely going to ruin these people's day. We have some exclusive shirts for attendees. I'm just bull in a china shop. We have some cool giveaway packs.
When are we getting
Everyone's
on to the
working
next
really
thing?
hard on getting
I need
sure
to go back in
could I get a
and like clip her voice, because that shit, that so is
Zeus
just
bomber jacket. Thank you so much. I have one on, but take a look at this Zeus bomber jacket. So we have the interior lining. It's this awesome like yellow orange, like sort of a quilted pattern. It looks, and by the way, feels awesome. Now these do run a little small, so make sure you're getting a size up. Let's hold this up for the camera. Look at that. We also have, oh, that's gone forever. The cameraman just took that, and I will never get it back. We also have some cool details. We obviously have like this RSI. Hello there. We have some RSI like branding right here. We have some patches over here commemorating the Zeus Mark I. And we also have, out of the wrapper, a Pico the Penguin Black Ice Edition. This Pico.
no, I
I've seen
don't.
some
The
things
jacket
I
is
I
$176.
swear I can fix him. We also have a bunch of awesome stuff. We have this UEE flag. Let's make sure that we're holding that up properly. Look at that. We have a UEE flag for you guys to celebrate your patriotism for a united empire of Earth. This thing is very long. It's kind of the Foundation Festival colors. I kind of like that it's
You know, Neo, in the current build,
steal that.
the space station turrets don't work, so you can go there to any space station and freely kill players in the game if you so choose.
Here we go. Thank you.
It's kind of great.
We have a new keychain. Ooh, this is really nice. Camera guy, we got keychain. We have a bunch of cool stuff. I am being told, however, that I think that's all the merch that we can show because we want you guys to be here at CitizenCon getting it. So I think that's just enough time we have here at CitizenCon. I'm going to throw it back over. We're going to continue the show. We'll see you guys back here later. Take care.
Yeah. I'll pull it up for you. You guys want to see it? merchandise.
They're saying ice it. I'm wearing jeans. It doesn't work through it. You know, people
Oh,
tried to
they
get me to take my pants off backstage. I'm
it was
like,
$125. It's now $106 because they're not selling any.
I think that's long enough of a break. Let's get back to some presentations. How about it? All right. We have the first of two amazing presentations. This next one, Dress to Kill, is, well, what can I tell you?
It's boring.
Who remembers CitizenCon 2016? Please welcome to the stage. Who is it? I can't see it.
The vibe, this shit's been pretty dead.
I'm not supposed to say his name on there right now. Show me his name. Nick Beers!
He pulled his That is so fucking true. He did pull his hamstring.
So
If they're not bringing Pritchett back.
It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting, so I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you. With that said, I'm here to talk to you about an initiative that was first introduced right here at CitizenCon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose and specializations to armor and clothing in our game. So let's get started. So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything. With so many
Except for
different
fly
options for
fast, you can't do
gameplay, whether
that.
be mining,
You gotta fly slow.
piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could
See,
be
I
a
brought
daring race,
mineral oil.
a cargo hauler, or a first responder.
Chris Roberts got it from Diddy before he got locked up.
Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had specialized. Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership.
We haven't seen any gameplay though this entire time.
SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique
Can you make a
challenge.
flight suit that doesn't
Specialization allows
let me
us
black out
to
at
make
9
gameplay
Gs?
experiences that are deeper
This is fucking
and more
gross.
complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits.
Can we get
that
a
will help
25G
outperform your
flight
peers.
suit? Asking for
So
a
at this
friend.
point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare
Wasn't
opportunities for
like
better
the
gear.
guild supposed to be in the game
Specialized
already?
items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system. Can I get a hell yeah? All right.
Can we get a 25G shit? You know what I'm saying? Neo, you got the right idea.
Time, so yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
And to tell you even more about this new system that we do called Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira. Watch it, bro.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time. How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for
more space
so
claws.
long. Starware. So, if you're...
We saw this last year.
Are you tired of choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Starware is fashion that meets purpose. As specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine, you'll also be able to choose the visual style that you want. But beware, with added options, also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the
We do have a need for
possibilities that
speed.
Starware will be able to provide you.
No one's cheering. No one's cheering for this. Ooh, that's a lukewarm reception.
As you all saw, the possibilities are huge. Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks on clothing? Yeah. So Starware allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are. And we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it
This
all
is a
to
good
you.
change. I'm not gonna lie. But it's not gameplay. I want gameplay.
But that is enough about Starware for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Starware and specializations will improve your gameplay.
Well done, bro. All right. Thank you, Armando.
Oh, they're saving it for the end of the first day. I'm sure of it.
So as you can see, the Starware system is about adding function.
Sperm suit for
fashion.
life. Med gown for life.
Citizen, one of the best
You
looking
dig?
games out there. We're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing
I don't-
armor sets.
Okay.
As designers, we really want.
I'm trying, guys. I'm gonna-
stats that our great character art team
I'm
have
gonna
made.
try to-
So, for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored,
Right.
chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be specialized for distinct use cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case.
It should
There will
be.
some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical.
But you know what's
use
going to
cases for the
happen?
Star Wars system.
Everyone's
Once
going to
all
wear
armors
the
are
armor that you can
specialized,
wear in
let's
space
take a look
and
at
on the
select
ground.
few,
That's what's
which
going to
I will
happen.
add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on. Let's meet our first specialization. All right, so we have our leader. Let's get into it. So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC.
Somebody
where
wake me
armor
up when
weapons
some
are strictly
gameplay happens.
prohibited. Clothing allows a player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing.
Somebody
will
wake me
allow
up when
players
there's
to
gameplay,
conceal
please.
Smaller weapons from security, should the need arise.
All right.
Another new addition, we're going
Just
to
gonna
be
shut my eyes
introducing flight
here.
penalties based on the mass and size of your armor.
Because there's no
clothing.
gameplay. I don't really
You'll
need to
still
see
be
what's
able to
happening.
fly in medium
I could
and heavy
just,
armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're enclosed like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialized. This is by no means a comprehensive list.
This
of
presentation a
everything we have
joke, or was
available
that
to
what I'm
us.
saying
It's
a
just
joke?
little. Yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor, and no
Obviously.
EVA capability for obvious
Obviously.
reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members.
That worm looks like a dick on the side of his head. I'm sorry. The leader, I don't know. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. Buy me a ginger beer. Something.
Okay. So here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields, so no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs. Again, like the
It's
leader in this
easier to look at the
situation, there'll be no
MFDs because they're in the
penalties
center of
flight.
where you're
Plus,
looking.
with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance. And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows it to have truly unmatched G-force resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks. It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments. So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's
I'll just
meet
use that
our
one.
next team members.
I think that's just an example. This motherfucker's really using the railgun in FPS combat. Yeah. It's a nice cinematic, though.
Okay. Here's our tank.
Oh, the sun's coming
who is
out.
wearing our heavy
It's a
combat
beautiful
armor.
morning.
Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean? We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage mitigation than what players are currently used to.
0 in-game footage, Tim.
Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions, so that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they will not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire. Thank you.
What about a camelback? Can we have a camelback?
As you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely
It did pay for that,
reduced.
Tim.
The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack. Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another suit in our
That's
heavy
the
armor
Moro's
class.
armor
However,
just
this one's
changed.
aimed at less at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The heavy hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions, perfect for locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So as we compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target
What am I
with
walking
ease,
around
there's
with, a
good chance that
fucking-
they'll know you're coming for them.
A walking EM
Next
signature?
up, let's look at our last additions to the team.
No, this is just armor classes.
All right. I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, so that's helmet, core, arms, and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material,
Yeah, more
their missions
cinematics.
will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar.
Until you see their sniper glint.
With it being light armor, it also has a great level of mobility and
What's the
traversal
point if you have
speeds,
sniper
meaning
glint?
Should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions. So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate,
Is sniper
folks,
glint going away?
great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surrounded our group, we have that one friend. We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one friend. That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? We fun? All right. All right. So let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge. And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
Oh, luckily this thing's only got 2 buttons. So, hello, I'm I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things at CIG.
I know, right?
But thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things at I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen,
We get another movie.
who knows what trouble they could run into. So let's find out what they're going to face. Now, they're heading to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro
Thought we were
system.
getting no pyro
Without
shit.
further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
I thought we had no pyro. No pyro content? Jared, you fucking liar. Okay. My eyes are closed, by the way. I'm just listening at this point. I'm just listening. You guys know when you're watching TV, or you're not really watching TV, but you're having a conversation with your eyes closed and you hear everything that's happening? That's me right now. The ground vehicles are so slow, none of this shit matters. Who didn't see that for it being foreshadowed? It's an Earth dick. It's like an uncircumcised penis. Oh my god. And he just busted a nut all over this guy's face. Why do all this? Just bring an A2 bomb. All this is super unnecessary. And he missed a shot. Where's the A2? Where's the A2? They're literally doing this the hard way. It doesn't have to be like this. The worm's movements are still kind of they're kind of glitchy. And why is the guy shooting at the fucking ground? Like, what are you shooting at? Where is the A2? Where is the A2? And why is everybody missing their fucking shots? Oh my god. I know, the vehicles handle like shit. Like, where is the A2? Where is the A? Like, I'm asking this question because we have a thing that can literally deal with this. Quite easily, I might add. You know? It shoots rocks out of its mouth? Yeah, the frame rates are really bad. Why do you have a Firebird? Like, This would have been a great time to use a bomber, right? Are the Minimals going to be actually worth money? Star Worm technology, yeah.
Oh, that was cathartic. Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valakar.
The team sucks.
I love you too, Groncy. I want to give a huge thank you to all the people who put in a lot of work to get to the point
I thought they were supposed to live on Daymar.
Is gameplay. As you can imagine.
So they
all of
gate
that
kept
is
this
work in
behind
progress.
Pyro?
We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to hold it off. We just wanted to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so with that said, monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen. And the best part was starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's range attacks.
No, I don't. I just need an A2.
Bait out the Valakar from the surface, as it's the only way to bring this mighty creature out of the ground is by disturbing the surface with a ground vehicle. But how does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well, unfortunately, the Valakar stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that? Well, the deadly Valakar has a variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, it regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes. But if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat has to contend with its bite or its deadly slam. So,
like, why would you even fight it on the ground? Just bring A2s and just take turns bombing it.
Injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested. So, the big question:
bombs won't make it come out?
How are we going to communicate the health of this creature? Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen, and we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate
There's not
that
much difference.
in a diegetic way. So you'll see
so it's going to
Valakar's
just get
health
darker.
From 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how close you are. So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valakar's health without needing any UI or health bars, and just purely keeps you immersed in the experience. So, number one question, why do you want to kill the Valakar? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valakar has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to
They'll be worth it in the first patch, but then after that they'll nerf it.
And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth. These are within its mouth, and you'll need a very strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out.
Oh, like an Atlas. Got it.
And these harvestables will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestables are going to be used tomorrow in crafting your home. So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground. But this really shows how big it is. But how big is it really? Well, fun bit of information. When we first made the collision for this model, Star
Why does it look like a
actually gave us
dick,
an
though,
error
man?
saying like no living thing needs to
Oh
be
my
this
God.
big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenothreat knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it. There it is. So well done to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields. But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valakar actually comes in different sizes. So you'll be familiar with the variants we've done before with our quasi.
All this stuff already leaked.
They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics. But moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation,
Sandy likes them
audio,
big.
and harvestables
That's what I heard.
associated to each size.
Holla at me, Sandy.
So
I got
for
you.
our first size, we have the juvenile. These juveniles will respond to stimulus, such as noisy footsteps. And
Oh
loud
yeah, I
whining.
bet they respond to stimulus
Cause
after
them
all.
to burst out the ground and
God damn it.
attack anyone who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves near valuable harvestables and minerals. So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger and a lot more angry. Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures
Gonna need a lot of mineral oil for that thing, right?
they live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our Apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks. It's also the biggest living thing in the verse, so far. So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of Apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down.
I can't wait for this to give
You
us
need a diverse
10
lineup
server
of ships,
FPS.
ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar. Everyone at CIG
I
is
can't wait to
incredibly excited get the Valakar into your
kill
hands.
the space dick.
We're not only doubling down on creatures,
It's got
we're also
warts on
committed
it.
to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide. But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now, the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share with you the bigger picture for
Small D,
creatures.
medium D,
So
big
let's start with
D.
some Valakar variants. Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet? Or if a Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make sci-fi one of the best mediums. And I can hear the questions already. What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex quasi-grazer look like?
You're on one today, bro.
It's these questions that get everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds.
He shares it with Knight Rider.
But now
Damn,
we're
dude,
integrating
you are
things that we
cooking
love
right
about
now,
sci-fi,
bro.
which is the weird and the unknown.
My dude is cooking.
So, looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to
We
make
got-
each of our planets feel special.
We got octopus butt
As well,
plugs.
as concealing the unique elements of various
What the fuck are
planets
they
ensuring that
doing
they're
over
populated with
there at
appropriate
CIG?
We've been designing
Oh
creatures in
my
ways that
god.
ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables.
Oh
That
my
being
god,
said,
bro. What are
I
they
would
doing
like to
over
give
there,
you a
man?
sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to be bringing the Valakar to all of our backers. It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
Took a dick. That's it? At least you get some drawings? We didn't even get a freaking 3D
We have some
render of
amazing
the shit.
creatures, but we also have some even more amazing
Oh,
ships.
God.
Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing. Everyone there did an awesome job. Now we are back here at Palakis Workshop. We got cut off for time earlier, so I want to give these guys their due. As you can see, they are makers of awesome Star
Arc.
Citizen miniatures.
Arc
just
Citizen.
Look at the Retaliator, look at the Razor, look at all the Hornets. We have some awesome miniatures here. Hand-painted, hand-created by these guys.
That's what they are. They're
These
drawings.
Works of art. And if you guys haven't come over to the Palakis Workshop booth yet, if you're at Citizen Con, come check them out. And I'm here with the people behind Palakis Workshop. Let's ask them a couple questions. How's it going, guys? How's your Citizen Con so far? Good?
Amazing.
Amazing. Awesome. So my first question is, how long have you been making models? How long have you been making miniatures?
¿De cuándo estás haciendo miniaturas?
Llevo haciendo las miniaturas alrededor de 3 años.
Around 3 years ago, we start to do the designs and the 3D printing.
So 3 years ago, you started making models, and were you
Hey,
always
Ken,
making
where you
Star
at?
Citizen models, or if
Start
not,
making some
what
Star
made you
Citizen
make
models.
Star Citizen models first.
We'll go make a killing at Citizen Con, bro.
¿Los modelos Star Citizen o estuviste primero haciendo otras cosas?
Desde el principio, empezar el modelaje 3D por las naves de Star Citizen.
He started in this hobby because Star Citizen, he loved the design of the ships, and then start to working on designing, on blending.
CIG releases drawings. No Man's Sky releases billions of planets and systems for $30 Canadian.
They will never get over their
Tim is
egos.
cooking, bro. I can't even argue against
These
that.
guys are so great, but how long do they take to make? I mean, how long does it take to... Yeah, just these works of art that I'm looking at. How long is that process?
¿Cómo es el proceso y cuánto te lleva más o menos a hacer?
El proceso primero es el modelaje 3D de las naves, después se imprimen, después se pintan. Y
I think it
depende
might
de
be.
la nave, está, por ejemplo,
I don't know at this
alrededor
point.
de 2 semanas o 3.
I was never really a Star Wars fan, so I couldn't tell you.
Modeling for the printing, they need to do the design, but he is working to have a proper printing. Then after put on the print, assemble, and then working on the paint. Then depend of the paint that he's using is taking more or less. But for example, this one here, this Redeemer is taking around 2 weeks to have the full complete process.
Sorry, I moved the mic away. That is 2 weeks from concepting to creating that fully painted. Fully painted is 2 weeks. That's a lot quicker than I would have expected. That still is time. But that's honestly amazing that it only took 2 weeks. And finally, my last little question for you guys. Obviously, I do minis, I do D&D stuff, but nothing to this scale. What is your advice for people who are just looking to get into hobbies like this? What would some good advice for people who are just starting out?
¿Cuál sería tu consejo para alguien que se quiere iniciar en la
Oh,
impresión
God.
de modelos 3D?
Actualmente las impresoras 3D son mucho más baratas que lo que eran antaño, entonces yo creo que simplemente comprarse una impresora y buscar modelos para poder imprimir y equivocarte, volverte a equivocar y volverte a equivocar hasta que te salga bien.
Just to say that now is more easy than before because the price of the printers go down a lot. Then after that, just start to unload models. I start to printing and get mistake, broken models, get mistake, broken models, and now you will learning process till you start to be able to make nice pieces like that one.
So try again, and eventually you too will be able to make models just as good as Palakis Workshop. Thank you guys so much. It was awesome to have you guys here. I'm going to cut it over to my good friend Sam, who was at the Xion Workshop. Let's get a little out of this world and see what she has right here.
Exactly.
Sam, over to you.
Hi again, everyone. I'm over here at the Xeon booth, and I'm going to introduce you to a very famous guy in the Star Citizen scene. Been around for a while. Would you mind introducing yourself and a little bit of your background with the game?
Jason,
That's an open supermoto helmet painted in red and black.
Hi, I'm Chris Harrow. And in my booth,
I'm going to turn them down a little bit because they're not really talking about anything important or special.
With a calligraphy brush on calligraphy paper, and for everybody free to collect, free of charge.
That's amazing. I can see that as the day has gone up, you've kind of done a few more different kind of calligraphy on the wall, and I can't wait to see this kind of grow as
So you guys, What did you think about that presentation with the sand dick? I mean, the valid dick, or the, what is it called again? Sir? Sir? What did you guys think? Sir? The good thing about being on YouTube is like we can actually go back and rewind. We can rewind. YouTube's amazing. We can go back and look at the space dick some more. It's just like, if I saw this, I'd be like, bro, like, okay, just bring the A2, bring the A1, and we're done. You know? I bet you, if they would have came through with the A2 and just bombed the fuck out of this thing, you know, A2 prices are going to go, you know, the A2 sales going to go up. You dig what I'm saying? Them A2 sales when they go up, they just came through. You just seen the A2 come through and you drop the bomb. Boom. I don't know if you guys can see it right here in the frame. I should actually probably get a screenshot of that. I hate how YouTube though, they put like this frosted look over the pause screen. Like that shit is like why do you do that, YouTube? Like why? But if you see right here where my mouse is, there's that guy, that friend in the hospital gown right there. That was actually a good spot to pause. I just noticed it. It's true. Like, bro, like, what is this guy shooting at? This dude has like stormtrooper aim and shit. I mean, we'd be able to dodge it if we could actually fucking tricord. You know what I'm saying? There should never be a situation where this thing is shooting rocks, hitting a light fighter. If you're a fighter pilot and you're in range to get shot by this thing, you're an idiot. You're an absolute fucking moron. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I can hit big ships from like over 2 kilometers away. So why would I be within any kind of range of this thing? You know what I mean?